Welcome, Wapham crew, guys, gals, ghouls, friends, fiends, foes, whoever may be listening beyond the Omniverse tonight. Secure your tinfoil hats, buckle down tight, and hold on loosely as we soar over the rocky tops of the La Platas on a rocky mountain high. Get sucked into the vortex of the Four Corners and settle down snugly at mile marker 420 in colorful Colorado. It is Saturday, February 22nd, Sunday, February 23rd for those of you across the pond and beyond. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you. And thank you so much for joining me tonight on We Are Paradox Media's Late Night in the Rockies. So if you're listening live right now, you may be listening to us on KPNL Radio, which you can find at KPNL Radio at kpnl-db.com. You can also find us on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch under We Are Paradox Media. Otherwise, if you want to listen in your free time, whether you're working it or working out, you can find us on Spreaker.com and beyond. We're basically anywhere you listen to your podcast. All right. So, I had a couple things to show you as far as like how my freaking week went and what I got from my grandson for Valentine's Day. So I got these cool Bigfoot like erasers and Valentines. That was pretty cool. They're chocolate scented. And then this is so super cute. Happy Valentine's Day, Grandma. Oh, it's made with his little feet and hands. I thought that was awesome. I wanted to show you that to you guys. Yeah, I haven't opened these Valentines. They're super cool. I don't know where she got those, but also I wanted to show you these bat rasters that have been eating my chicken food. I think they've forgotten that they're made out of steak. So I've been putting them in hard to reach places, but I don't know. I guess they're not afraid to go into the coop. So, yeah. They got into the coop, and I only know this because I just looked out the window about an hour ago and saw that the food dish was out of the coop and in the yard, and yeah. So I gotta go put that up when I put the chickens up. They're probably already on their scoops. But yeah, I got some pictures of them yesterday because when I went out in my yard, let me just make sure the sound's working over here on my Spreaker. How's my Spreaker going? Oh, wow. So it was bouncing over there. I'm going to go ahead and put it right there. Right there, buddy. Hopefully it sounds all right on that setting. But yeah, so I went out yesterday to feed the chickens, and I turn around, and there's two bucks behind me, like scarily close, and I guess they're like not only friendly but hungry. So I figured I'd share some of these pictures with you guys. All right, let's make it bigger. Look at this! Look at this monster. This one's the older one, I believe. He seems to look like he's in rougher condition. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is the first one. There's my son with the one. He's got tags in his ears. I don't know if that's because he's gotten stuck. There's one we have that got stuck in a volleyball net, and another one that got stuck in some Christmas lights. Here's the both of them. Yeah, the older one again. He's with this very suspicious look on his face. And yeah, I wasn't about to give them chicken food because that costs a lot of money. So I ended up having my boy grab a carrot for him, and then we had Lily go grab a carrot for him too. So she came out and fed these guys, and I've never seen a deer drool before, but yeah, I guess they were really hungry. Here's Floyd trying to coax him in. Come on, come get the carrot. But I was like, just throw it to him. So he did. And yeah, that's when Daisy decided she's going to go see what that buck's about to eat. And yeah, she's kind of pissed off that she didn't get a carrot too. But ever since Ghazi passed, ever since Hercules ripped her head off, Daisy's been running the yard. So yeah, she's the chick in charge. Yeah, look at this guy. Like, this is 2 feet away from me. 2 feet and approaching. There's Miss Daisy. She's sideways looking. Where's my carrot? I can swear he's saying something right here. I don't know why he'd be looking like that otherwise. I don't see a carrot in his mouth. At one point when he was holding a carrot in his mouth, it looked like he was puffing on a cigar. Yeah. I'm like, Lily, just throw it to him. He came up a little closer, but yeah, they weren't going to get too close, and I didn't want them to. Like, this is very, very close. Yeah, I just didn't want the kids to get gored. I've been afraid of that for years because they hang out in this neighborhood. Yeah. So there's that. It was pretty funny. But yeah, that scared me. I turned around, I was like, what? What's going on, buddy? All right. Now let's pull up some talk. All right, yeah, so tonight is Trippy TikToks with me, TessaTNT. And let me just make sure my sound here is okay. I don't want to get an echo. Echo. Hey, Chris. Yep. Trying to get over this dang old cold. It's going all right, I suppose. 150. Does that seem like bigger than usual? I'm not sure. I guess we'll find out. All right, let's giddy up.
I think the craziest and the saddest part about the fires in Los Angeles is the timing of everything. A lot of people are saying they lost their insurance not too long before the fires. Just take a look at what James Wood says. He says in his neighborhood, about 4 months before the fire, one major insurance company canceled all the policies in his neighborhood. Just take a look at this picture of Pacific Palisades. Average cost of a home there is $3.4 million. Now, how about the timing of the cut of the fire department's budget? They cut more than $17.5 million about 7 months before these fires started from the fire department. And they were saying that they were severely understaffed and they didn't have enough resources to fight these fires. And then the million-dollar question comes around. How the heck did these fires even start? And there are hundreds of conspiracies circulating around social media. But I have a question, and a lot of people have this question too, because I saw a lot of videos saying the same thing. It got so hot that the people who abandoned their cars, it started melting. Like the metal started melting down the street, but the trees around these cars looked fine. How is that even possible?
Insurance companies stopped covering fire damage, but I wonder if they lowered those monthly premiums. Doubt this.
I think the craziest and the saddest part about the fires in Los Angeles is the timing of everything. A lot of people are saying they lost their insurance not.
Everybody has heard.
And yeah, I don't know about you, but it reminds me a lot of Hawaii and what happened over there, and the planning for these smart cities, and just the insurance companies canceling when they did. Like, it just seems very suspicious. But there was all kinds of UFO footage around that time, and I saw somewhere it showed UFOs around like where these different fires started, but the AI could be not real. Could be people that were running around starting them, that were being paid to start it. I mean, it's just crazy.
About paranormal attachments, but here's an old tale of Appalachian witchcraft and magic that comes with one hell of a backstory, at least according to the legend. If you love terrifying stories of superstition and lore, don't forget to grab a copy of my short horror story compilation, Ghost Mountain Witches and Wanderers. It was the year 1820 in southeastern Kentucky, and two women, a mother and her grown daughter, were accused of witchcraft. The people around town believed that these two women had levied a hex against the beloved town constable, and for this crime they were sentenced to death. By the 1970s, the tale of the witches had evolved into something darker. The ruins of an old cabin, supposedly their home, still stood deep in the woods near the spot believed to be the site of the execution. To the locals, it wasn't just a spooky story for Halloween, it was a warning. Even 150 years after women accused of witchcraft faced execution for their practice of magic, folks around the small Kentucky town still singled out offbeat women here and there. One of those women was Judith Parsons. By the 1970s, Judith was getting up in years. She lived alone, had never been married, and she had no children. She was a quiet, mysterious woman who kept to herself, and the folks around town found this behavior to be questionable. Judith didn't own a car, and she didn't drive, and often people would see her walking alongside the highway in the early morning hours and late at night. The most frightening part of the legend states that people who saw her also saw something following her, something that looked like a shadow, but it wasn't Judith's shadow. The shadow was much larger and normally stayed several paces behind her. For years, sightings of Judith and her shadow spread, fueling whispers about witchcraft and curses, but the story took a chilling turn when a local kid stumbled upon a shiny foil-wrapped package on the side of a rural country road, a road known to be one of Judith's usual routes. There's an old mountain superstition about getting rid of unwanted things. All you need is a totem infused with the energy of whatever it is you want to get rid of and a little bit of nice wrapping paper. The kid picked up the package and opened it, curious about what could be inside. From the shiny foil wrapping paper, they pulled a small weathered cloth doll. For a long time after this, those who saw the kid walking saw the walking shadow following them, and those who saw Judith Parsons never saw the shadow again. So what does all this have to do with the witches? It's believed that the little totem, the one found in the shiny wrapping paper, may have actually belonged to one of those witches. Follow for more spooky stuff. Everybody has
Ladies and gentlemen, we've got some strange footage apparently released by NASA on board the ISS. There's a bit of like an AI voice thing here that's just yapping, so just ignore that. But we have some strange anomalies on this piece of footage, or multiple pieces of cylindrical objects. We have like disc-shaped things appearing and vanishing, and then there's another one that is like this large tubular object, right? That just hovers down towards the Earth and it kind of just vanishes. Look at the state of this, bruv. Look, watch. Bloop. Houdini's flying that shit, bruv. Look at it disappear. I don't know, mate, right? But that is not normal, okay? There's a few things in this clip that isn't normal. And NASA keeps trying to cover up secret things and these weird anomalous activities because a lot of the time when you see this stuff happening on live streams, they pause it. NASA, right? We see when you cut off your feeds, when there's something interesting happening, right? When some little weird object flies in front of it and you're like, oh, unexpected error. We're seeing this, alright? We're not crazy. We know this stuff is going on. This is really interesting. Whatever it is, I mean, this isn't the first time we've seen some sort of weird stuff coming out of the, well, being caught in and around the ISS. But that tube object, for one, look at this, mate. This Pringle can just buggers off, mate. Unbelievable. You guys let me know what you think. This is kind of intriguing. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got some strange...
Hey friends, I got good news for you. We're at the very beginning of the consciousness shift that we've been hearing about for so long. This is it. I'll explain to you why I think that and what it means. And it does have something to do with the new administration in the US government. And it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on, this is good for everybody in the long run. So here's what's happening. I was listening to the Explorer tape, the new one today from the Monroe Institute, and they were channeling this higher intelligence, this higher consciousness that was saying the knowledge for us to go through this consciousness shift is here. It's all around us and it's trying to get through to us, but it can't because we're full of our belief systems. Now, if you have a strong belief system, if you believe something is the way it is, it doesn't matter if somebody gives you new information contrary to it, you're not going to believe it, right? So right now what's happening is we can't take this next step up on the evolutionary consciousness ladder until we accept the information, and we can't accept the new information until we get rid of our old belief systems. So what you're seeing right now, especially in America, but spreading across the globe, is the tearing down of the old belief systems, the changing of the guard. By exposing the corruption, the lies, the deceit, the stealing, and the cheating, by exposing all that, it's making people question everything. Question their reality, question their government, question their leaders. And this is good. And as we start questioning this, we'll also start questioning modern science and philosophy. And we'll start questioning, does our brain really create consciousness, or is consciousness fundamental and just uses the brain as a transducer? We'll start questioning everything. And once we start questioning everything, it opens up room and space for new knowledge and new downloads. And when this happens, we'll have this collective awakening, because across the board, people will start saying, hey, what if we're more than our physical bodies? What if consciousness is eternal and fundamental? What if there's a reincarnation process and this isn't everything? What if? And they start going down that path. When that happens, it springs this new consciousness into reality. We all level up, we all ascend, and we all basically improve and upgrade our quality of consciousness. And this is the shift. When it happens at a mass scale, at a tipping point, then beautiful things happen. I don't know exactly what's going to happen because I haven't been there, but I can feel that we're at the precipice. I can feel it. And I think that the Trump administration serves as a bulldozer, bulldozing all of the old belief systems out of the way to make room for the new. So I'm not in any way saying Trump is going to usher in this new golden age of enlightenment and, higher level of consciousness. What I'm saying is he's clearing the way. He's bulldozing out all the old to make room for the new, and that is step one. That is the most important part, because once that happens, oh my God, it's like springtime, it starts raining, and all the flowers bloom. That's what I think. Let me know what you think. Have a beautiful day. Peace.
Peace, Pop.
Microsoft have just shocked the world after announcing that they have created an entirely new state of matter. Yeah, you heard that right. It's not a solid, liquid, or gas. It's a phase of matter that only exists at the quantum level, called a topological state. So, what the hell is a tech company doing making scientific breakthroughs? One very important reason: quantum computing. Because yes, while we're all currently talking about AI, there's another less spoken about pursuit that would drastically change the world as we know it. And after Microsoft's quantum chip breakthrough, which I'll get into, it now seems more possible than ever. Let me explain. Remember that scene from Endgame when Tony Stark asked Jarvis to run a bunch of different simulations to see if his models would work for time travel? Well, essentially, that's the capability of quantum computers. Currently, if scientists wanted to create, let's say, like a new material that self-heals so that buildings would just fix themselves, or clothes would stitch themselves back together if torn, well, they would have to trial and error their way through the discoveries. They'd mix a bunch of chemicals, test their properties, and hope to find something useful. But this can take years. However, kind of like how Jarvis did with time travel, quantum computers could step in and simulate a bunch of different materials at the atomic level with extreme accuracy, predicting their properties before they even exist. Essentially, they could exponentially speed up that trial and error phase. And that level of problem solving could tackle so many issues we face today. A cure for cancer? Sure. Climate change? Why not? Nuclear fusion?
Damn it. I go around clicking buttons all the time. I was trying to look at something.
Potentially limitless clean energy, sure. But where the hell does Microsoft come into all of this? Well, they just said that the chip that they created, the Majorana 1, has the potential to hold more computational power than all the combined computational power that exists on the planet. And it fits in the palm of your hand. Yeah. And they were only capable of achieving this because of that new state of matter that we mentioned earlier, the topological state. And it is wild. Now, because Majorana particles hiding quantum information from environmental noise means nothing to you, think of this new state of matter like this. If normal states of matter are like ink on a paper, where a small mistake like smudging it with your hand ruins everything, a topological state is like a tattoo, where even if the skin stretches or moves, the design stays intact. More simply put, this state of matter is more resistant to errors, and this stability could help Microsoft solve the biggest problem we currently face with quantum computing, which is error correction. And while this is a genuine breakthrough, we're not like fully there yet. It's more of a we made the engine moment rather than we just made the entire car and you're ready to go. They would need around 1 million qubits to start solving those real world problems at scale, and currently they've created about 8. But it's still damn impressive. Microsoft have just shocked the world after announcing that they have created.
As you can see, the police were out front of my house at 5:30 this morning. I'm an early riser. I let Pal out around quarter to 5 in the morning. He goes out, does his business, comes in. I leave the screen door open, but I leave it locked. And I'm in the kitchen making some tea because I love my tea in the morning. And remember, I've only been up 10 minutes now. And Pal starts to growl, and I hear him growling, and the growling's getting a little bit louder, and then he starts to really bark, like I know something's up. So at this point, I put down, I put my teacup down, and I go towards the door, And as I'm going towards the door, he's getting louder and more aggressive, and the hair up on his back is crazy. Then I actually watched this guy knock on my door, and I'm thinking, what the hell is this guy doing? But you know, it's 4:53 in the morning at this point, so I know something's up.
Peter said, huh?
I end up going
what?
and picking something up and for my protection and bringing it to the door. And basically what happens is he walks away before I get to the door. But Pal's still freaking out. He's looking towards the car. I open the door. I'm like, what the hell are you doing, man? What do you want? He starts to walk back towards me, and I say, that's enough. Stay there. Don't come any closer, or I'm letting my dog out. So he backs up a bit, and he says to me, I need a ride. I said, you're knocking on my door at 5 o'clock in the morning for a ride? I said, buddy, there's cameras all over this house, and if you don't get out of this property right now, I'm letting my dog go. And I'm telling you guys, Pal is, I've never seen Pal, this is the worst I've ever seen Pal act since I've owned him. He wanted out that door so bad you wouldn't believe. Anyway, the guy does end up leaving, but I realized that what he had in his hand, if you look closely, almost looks like a sword. I mean, who knows what that guy was up to? All I can say is, thank God for Pal and Pal's instincts. I trust my dog's instincts more than I trust my own instincts. God's honest truth, you guys.
And I was also thinking, when I saw it, to me it looked like, you know, something you'd stick in a door and try to wedge it open. But I don't know. They caught him with a machete sort of thing, then that must be what it was.
This may be proof the elites have secret tunnels all over the world.
Go from New York to Brazil, Buenos Aires, and Antarctica without ever coming up to the surface for air. You can do it all. At way more than 1,000 miles an hour on magnetic levitation trains, otherwise called maglev.
Hey, Anthony.
One thing he told me, he went
What's going on, brother?
to Los Angeles in
Good to see
45
ya.
minutes.
I'm doing good, just been sick.
3,000 miles an hour.
The kids were sick, then Vern got sick.
There's a tunnel network.
I thought I was going to be okay because I take my vitamins, but it's got me.
There are hundreds of thousands of miles of tunnel systems.
This may be proof the elites have secret tunnels all over the world.
Go from New York.
This is a statue of a reptilian in Peru. Yeah, it is.
Hey, baby.
More accurately, a statue to a reptilian god named Morope, if I pronounce that name right. But it got me to thinking about something. There is a story from 1930s Los Angeles where construction workers who were working in tunnels below this place, Fort Moore Hill. And in those tunnels, the workers claimed to have found living reptilians. Yes, living reptilians. Not reptiles, reptilians. So I decided to look around and see if I could find the news story about that. And guess what? I found it. This is from January of 1934. And the story says, Lizard People Catacomb, City Haunted. Yeah, it's about how the workers were in the catacombs or the underground tunnels, and they saw living reptilians. In fact, that news story even published a map that the workers made to explain what they saw. Now, does that mean that reptilians were and are real, living under the earth? No, but these guys saw something and were confident enough in what they saw that they started telling people, to the point that they told the newspapers in Los Angeles about it. The reason I have some belief in this story is that people back then in the 1930s, pre-World War II, didn't make up stories like this that would make them seem crazy. Trust me, people might think you're crazy now for talking about reptilians, but back then, you became an outcast. An outcast. But my question is this. Do you think it's possible that reptilians were or are real? and that there could be a society of them living underground on Earth today. Let me know what you think, Booskies, in the comment section. Shabadoo!
Shabadoo!
Right, Missouri, let's talk about Potosi. Oh, look, there is a town. In fact, Potosi is a very old small town, founded somewhere between 1760 and 1780 by Francis Azor, a French hunter and explorer from Brittany, France. And legend claims he discovered an outcropping rich with lead while he was chasing a bear down a creek. After the discovery, he started a little mining camp, which drew the attention of Austin Moses from Connecticut. In 1797, he obtained a Spanish land grant and laid the foundations of what would later become the city of Potosi. Potosi is actually the county seat of Washington County. The entire county sits on top of Missouri's old lead belt, which has been mined for centuries. And while in operation, it provided 80% of the lead in the United States. Most of the people that lived in this entire area right here were old mining families. But as mining decreased and the industry climbed, many men lost their jobs, and much of the city of Potosi fell into poverty. And the mining industry also came at another price, which still affects its citizens today. The entire area is part of the Washington County Lead District Superfund sites. In all of these areas right here, there are extremely elevated levels of lead in its soil, groundwater, surface water, and sediment. It even says here that some residents have also unknowingly purchased lead-contaminated gravel for use in landscaping and construction of driveways, parking areas, and playgrounds. What's absolutely wild about this is that kids aren't even routinely tested for lead, even though in 2023, 191 kids under the age of 7 from a neighboring county were tested, and 111 out of that 191 had elevated levels of lead in their blood. And this is very concerning because lead exposure and lead poisoning can cause a host of problems, including slowed physical growth, hearing problems, nervous system damage, learning disabilities, hyperactivity, and other behavioral problems, and decreased intelligence. And this is terrible because it's not the people's fault. But I suspect that this may have a lot to do with the rumors and reputation around the city of Potosi. Rumors of drugs, incest, violence, strange disappearances, and also cannibalism. That for the most part doesn't necessarily center in town, but around a place called Monkey Mountain. Please note that this off-road park is closed, but it's the only way I could pinpoint the mountain. I wanted to find out the truth of these claims. So here's what I found thanks to some very helpful locals. Through the mountain runs County Road 334, what used to be called Monkey Mountain Road, but is now named Simpson Road. And there are families that live along here that have lived here for a very, very long time. But it does appear that there may be a little truth to the interbreeding rumors. But to be fair, many people would be shocked to find out the same is true of their families, because even 100 years ago, marrying your cousin was not that strange. The only difference here is that it has taken place as recently as 30 to 40 years ago. But from what I understand, these families have always been reclusive, especially the main few that has been here since the old mining days. They're pretty isolated, they like to keep to themselves, and they've known to be a little rough on unwelcome visitors who get a little too close. It is true there is some math activity up here. Some folks do a little shaking and baking, and I'm told that the reports of violence here are very real. However, I'm also told that it's not nearly as bad as it used to be. And looking along the road myself, a lot of these houses are cute, normal looking. Well, there is a few questionable things, like all these blue barrels. That makes me a little nervous. What are these barrels for, and why are they blue like the ones that show up in the rivers? It is also true that the old families here speak their own language, dialect known as Pawpaw French. And if you don't know how to speak it, you will not understand it. But as far as the allegations of cannibalism, well, that turns out to be both true and false. They are not eating people on Monkey Mountain. Seems this rumor was born from something that happened a long time ago. Not actually in Potosi or even on Monkey Mountain, but right down the road. According to the stories from the old folks, around the 1930s, there used to be a doctor that lived on Cannon Mines Road, somewhere right between Cannon Mines and the very creepy Blackwell. After the doctor's death, his house was cleaned out and some rather gruesome discoveries were made. They found human parts stored in jars of formaldehyde, and in some jars were entire infants. They found human teeth in the ashes of his wood stove, meat hooks in his woodshed, and the people of the community came to believe that the doctor ate all the parts that he didn't keep. And to make matters worse, back towards Potosi, right off Monkey Mountain Road, is an old cemetery that at the same time was having a lot of problems with grave robbers. Entire corpses going missing. While it was never proven, the people in town believed it was likely the doctor who was doing the grave robbing and stealing.
Maybe he was doing like Benjamin Franklin and just like, working on him in his basement, trying to figure stuff out. Hard to say.
These people for God knows what. Unfortunately, I do not know the name of the doctor. The ones who remember the story won't say it, because it's long been believed that to speak the name of someone truly evil would conjure their spirit from hell. So I believe the rumors of the cannibals here really comes from that old story, which has mostly been forgotten, but only the whispers remain. So you can rest easy, Washington County. Looks like the only cannibal in Potosi is James Phelps, and he is securely housed at the Potosi Maximum Security Prison. So while there are no cannibals, I have another concern. Please read this. Read it. Tell me what you think, especially this part down here. Does anybody know anything?
Excuse me. So for those of you that are listening, does anyone else know about the mass trafficking that every single cop is involved with? I feel like no one will believe me, but someone in my family's seen it firsthand, and I've almost been kidnapped multiple times. I don't know if she's gonna move or...
Anything about a train? Because this sounds real.
And at the bottom, I'm not sure where they're bringing them, but I know there's a train in the Mineral Point. They're putting these girls on this train and getting them out of here in the meantime before they do that. There are multiple houses with boarded up windows that they are keeping these girls in, shooting them up with drugs. So they're not even able to run or whatever. Oh man, I'm so afraid for my own safety. There's so much trafficking out there going on. It's crazy.
Familiar to other stories I've heard about other places in Missouri where they are
Travis,
allegedly doing
please.
the exact same thing. So don't worry about the cannibals, but maybe worry about the traffic. Right, Missouri, let's talk about Potosi. Now look, there is a town. In fact, Potosi is a very old small town.
Have you ever heard of the Roswell of Texas? Happened in 1897, and this supposed UFO crashed in Aurora, Texas, 50 years before Roswell, and 5 years before the Wright brothers had a plane. Super duper small town in Texas. But there was one early morning, this rancher and his son, they went out to go herd the cattle, and they heard this loud humming overhead. Multiple witnesses, they just saw this cigar-shaped, metallic-looking UFO go right over them, and they've never seen a flying machine in their life. So they're like, what the heck? And then all of a sudden they heard like, they saw like fireballs and stuff just exploded. And then when people came across the scene, they report there was a humanoid-like creature that was half the size of a man, and then on the craft there was strange hieroglyphic writings and stuff. But what they ended up doing was, supposedly, they took this body and gave him a Christian burial in their graveyard.
No way.
And they put like parts of the craft and put it in the same hole. It wasn't until the 70s where this investigative journalist went out there, and then he went and interviewed all the people that were kids at the time that saw the thing. He's like, it happened. And he asked about, is there anything weird? He's like, ever since that incident happened, on our farm, we've not been able to grow anything. And our family has had just these terrible sicknesses.
No way.
And a lot of doctors compared it to like radiation poisoning.
That's messed up, man. That's so scary.
Have you ever heard of the Roswell of Texas?
Take the phone.
Record while walking through.
Yeah, take this phone.
And
That's fine. I'll take this one.
This is the Costad Paranormal.
You guys, hey, you guys are
Send
gonna
his
be
boy
with
down
it.
the hallway.
We're on TikTok live here, so you're gonna have people here watching you. So guys, what was that?
Oh, that's him.
Okay. Hit record.
I'm recording now.
Are you
Excuse
recording?
me.
Yeah.
Got a frog in my throat.
All right. So walk slow,
Yeah, walk slow.
all the way down to the end of the hall. We're gonna close the door, and then go up to the third floor and walk back, and we're gonna join the third floor.
Bye, Darnell. If I don't come back, I'm dead. So do I just ask any questions or just walk?
Yeah, ask questions, count each one in your head as you keep walking, all right?
Bye, guys. I don't know what to ask. So, I think I'm the only one on this hallway. What's your name?
Puddin' King. Wants me again, I'll say the same.
I don't like that.
Sticky note.
Are you here with me? Or am I just here by myself?
Creepy. I wonder if he feels somebody like following him or what's happening.
I'm leaving the hallway now. So you can say bye if you want.
Bye.
Okay.
The phone.
Only ghosts can do that.
I'm not even going to tell you guys how I got my hands on this photograph. And I
Call
will come right
Crusher.
out of the
Call
gate
Crusher.
and say that this photo has kind of been speculated and looked at as though it's a digital creation, that it might not be real. But this is a Phoenix, Arizona Luke Air Force Base photograph, allegedly, that popped up one night on 4chan again. Now, I know that 4chan isn't a legitimate source for any of this information, and fake stuff pops up all the
It's like a
time.
glitch.
But here's where it gets interesting. Within less than a minute of this picture being posted on 4chan with the Joshua trees, the sagebrushes, the mountains, and what was alleged some kind of an alien gray or reptilian standing out in the desert, as soon as this image was posted on 4chan, within less than a minute, the entire website shut down. Like it actually went offline, which had never really happened before on 4chan. And so it created this whole conspiracy that whatever whistleblower had posted this image onto 4chan had caused the entire website to get shut down. And when the website came back online, you could not find this photo. In fact, it was extremely difficult for me to even find a copy of this thing. But now that it's out there, and I'm just posting it on TikTok right now, it should be pretty easy. Now, it doesn't look that real. It really doesn't look that real. It looks like an old digital creation. It looks like there's like scales photoshopped over the top, and there's a piece of paper photoshopped over there. It's blurry right over here. It doesn't really look like a living thing. It doesn't quite match up with the background. I'll give you that. There's not really a reflection of the cameraman in the eye of the entity. And this purple stuff under here, I don't know. If it's real, it's super freaky, right? If it's not real, it's not that great of a hoax. But here's where it gets interesting. I actually ran this image through AI fake checkers to see if this was an AI generated or a deep fake image. I ran it through 3 different programs, and they all said it's quite confident that no AI was used when producing the image. This one said less than a 7% chance for it to be AI generated or deep fake. This one said it's less than 1%, almost a half of a percent, 0.6% chance. So basically, it's not AI generated. It's definitely not a deep fake. If somebody created this thing, they did it by hand, like in a digital art generator or Photoshop or something, pretty meticulously. I'm not going to say that this one is real, but I definitely think it's worth posting since
I think he's thirsty and he needs some water.
And I can't sleep. It's almost 4 in the morning, and I've been hunting this
Billy
image
buddy.
down all night, and I finally found it, so I've got to make a video. I'm not even going to tell you.
Kendrick Lamar with the A on his chain with the American flag. This has a deep meaning no one has figured out. A represents Alpha, the beginning of the Greek alphabet. Alpha represents new beginnings. Omega.
Sorry to interrupt. I just shared something on Facebook yesterday that was Kendrick Lamar, and it was when they're like dancing in their white outfits and stuff, and it's to the safety dance. I love how a lot of old songs fit new things, or new songs fit old things. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Omega represents endings because it's the last letter
TikTok as well.
of the Greek alphabet. At the end of the show, it said game over. Because the old world is now over, and Kendrick Lamar holds the ceremony, which is a ritual representing the new beginning of America. This is why the dollar bill has an omega on it, representing the end of fiat currency. This picture is deeply symbolic. Everything they do is code. Elon with the omega representing ending and waving goodbye. And Trump, which is the new beginning, is alpha.
I've been trying to fight one off.
The new
Hey, can you make sure the kids aren't on like World of Tank or anything like that? Okay. All right, thank you. Let me do my. You know what? Sorry about that, guys. Jeez, oh Pete. Make sure that's not echoey. And I don't think we can get back to that other one. And I don't know what we're looking at either. What is it? Yeah, the sound's not working. There we go. So there. Found it. Okay.
You guys listen up. Pay close attention. This is the first time this shit has happened. When I look at this, this is not a reflector. These are not reflector lights. When I tell you this is the first time it has ever done this shit. I have mad video. I let my cameras run all day. It's never done this before. I told y'all the reveal is happening. This should have been my first video, but TikTok would not let me upload for a minute. So I should have posted this one first. The one I should have just posted that says number 1 should have been number 2. Wait till y'all see that third one. I promise you. Listen, if you're new, cameras is going ape shit tonight. If you're new and you're just coming in, I know I messed up on this video.
So Divine Pisces 444.
Don't comment on my shit unless you watch all my videos. Don't.
And then this girl accidentally sat on my hand, like with her butt. And she was only sitting on the foam part, but it kind of looked like I got some. I'm glad you're having such a good time, but it's just too bad that when I'm in the suit, the chicks can't see my face, or I bet they'd like me even more. Yeah, but hit 'em. I just wanted to ask if maybe sometime I'm gonna wear this suit every day until the end of time, Beavis. I will never take it off. Except sometimes I will unzip it so the chicks can see my ciabatta zone. Yeah, I see. Yeah. You see, my ciabatta zone is actually my... I know what your ciabatta zone is, butthead. It's my wiener. And then this girl accidentally sat...
This happened in Germany early this morning. Shooting through the sky, seen by hundreds, maybe some kind of space junk, maybe an asteroid. I don't really know. But it's not the only thing that was seen shooting through the sky in the last 12 to 24 hours. There was this thing too, and I'm pretty sure it's not Germany. And even if it is, it's not the same time of day. The Germany event happened at night. This happened when the sun was out. Is this just a bunch of space junk coming to Earth? Or is something else entirely happening? Entirely happening. I mean entirely different happening. Now, I don't know, but I got another video of something that looks exactly the same as the Germany one. This just came out of Denmark. That looks a lot like the thing in Germany. A lot, baby cakes. Now, I'm not great at geography, so I had to look this up. Germany and Denmark are so close, those two videos could be the same thing. But the one going over the water with the sun out, that's something else. My question is, do you believe all this stuff is just space junk or asteroids? Or is that just what we're being told? To tell you the truth, I don't know. Let me know what you think in the comment section, Booskies. Shabadoo!
Guy Pearce, I've now read the comments that you made about me, and while I would have preferred...
So Kevin Spacey's back in the media trying to act like he never did
Oh my
anything
gosh,
wrong.
Kevin.
So let me just remind you of a few of the things that he's accused of
he's
doing.
got the chills.
Back in 2017, an actor named Anthony Rapp
I used to like watching
testified that
him,
at a
but
party in
I'm not getting
1986,
good vibes
Kevin
off this
Spacey,
team.
who at the time was 27 years old, made a move on him when he was just 14. And when those allegations dropped, so many more followed. There were allegations from a Boston anchorwoman named Heather Unruh, who claimed that Kevin Spacey sexually assaulted her own son. Then there was filmmaker Tony Montana, who said that he was left with PTSD for 6 months after Kevin Spacey unexpectedly and without consent grabbed his crotch. There's also actor Robert Cavazos, who came forward and said that he had been touched by Kevin Spacey. And Robert also stated that all the young men that surrounded Spacey knew that at some point they'd probably be harassed by him. Then he was accused of sexual misconduct by 8 different staff members of the show House of Cards he worked on, and at this point the floodgates really opened. Police departments across the world, from the United Kingdom to Los Angeles, California, started looking into past reports about Kevin Spacey. In LA, he was investigated for a sexual assault that allegedly happened in 1992. Then another lawsuit was filed that he assaulted a masseuse at his home in 2016, and I could go on and on and on. But Kevin's had some good luck. A number of the charges against him have been dropped. People have withdrawn their lawsuits, and a number of the people who have come forward to speak about him have died mysterious and sudden deaths. But just because Kevin Spacey has never been actually convicted of one of these crimes, that doesn't mean that he's not guilty of them. This whole thing essentially has boiled down to his word versus theirs. And I'm the type of person that always believes victims, especially when you work like me in exposing pedophile rings and these pedophile predators. You always start out believing the victims and then work backwards. And if there
I feel bad for this guy, Colin Brown, because he's been doing this, I'd say, for the past like 6 months, maybe a year, because time for me just flies really fast. I don't know why. Or if it's not moving really fast, it's moving like slow glass molasses. You know, like people are just like really putting him down and talking down to him and everything because he is looking into all this pedophilia stuff, and it's just ridiculous. Like, why? The only reason I can see people not supporting him on this is because perhaps they are in that category, or perhaps they had something like that happen. But I, as a kid, had something like that happen to me, and I'm just like, no, go after him. Like, somebody needs to. And he's been doing this since he was in high school, so kudos to him.
There wasn't any truth to any of these allegations, why would they have been brought up in the very first place? I mean, there's also the fact that you have to bring up here that Kevin Spacey was known to be friends with Jeffrey Epstein. He's tried to go on shows and deny it, but he's on the flight logs. So yeah, it's horrible because Kevin Spacey is indeed a great actor and he's been in some of my favorite films. But it absolutely sickens me to see people defending him when there is so much evidence of the things that have happened. And we just can't let people like this fool us into thinking that they're completely innocent. I just can't believe that those are some of the comments that I've been reading about Kevin Spacey when it's very, very clear that this guy is a pretty bad dude. And that's saying it very, very lightly.
Guy Pearce.
Okay, tayo. Oy, Leo.
America is getting out of hand. There is now an app where you...
That was a literal ankle. I'm gonna watch that one more time, sorry.
Okay, tayo. Oy, Leo.
America is getting out of hand. There is now an app where you can rent high-level personal security like calling an Uber.
That's badass.
Let's say you want to go to the airport. You choose how many bodyguards you want to turn up, how many cars you want them to turn up in. You could choose what they wear, from business to business casual, tactical, and even operator. Bro, imagine you turn up to the airport and you got them dressed like this. And then, similar to Uber, you put in your pickup location, duration of protection, and then bam, they turn up. And like, the guys protecting you are no joke. They are all either ex-military, ex-law enforcement, or both. And what's ironic is that because this app is starting to go viral on TikTok, you've now got people taking their private security to the mall and getting them to bring them matcha.
Here's everything we did with our bodyguards today.
Bro went from being deployed to Iraq to being deployed to Starbucks. But to be fair, I don't think they care, because it works out at roughly $200 an hour per protector, and they're only available in New York and LA. So the question is, do you guys think this idea is genius or ridiculous?
This story is going to take us to the Ocala National Forest. A very strange...
Like, we do security, but we just do it locally. I have a friend who's actually a member of my paranormal group, and he started his own private security firm. So our security firm and his security firm work together, But he does like the whole business suit, like private security thing. So they'll go to California and different places like that. We just stay here because we're homebodies, but pretty badass if he can get away with doing that in smaller areas and not just New York and California. Like that'd be some good income for real. And those guys look like they were having a blast. Okay, let's go. Hello? Are you there?
Place I had to look into deeper. The Ocala National Forest covers nearly 400,000 acres. It was first established in 1908 by Teddy Roosevelt, and it's the oldest national forest in the eastern U.S. It has a very diverse terrain and over 600 lakes and rivers, which makes it a really popular destination for swimming and camping and hiking. It is very beautiful in some areas, but despite its beauty and popularity, it's also a pretty dangerous place. And a very strange one. There are so many different legends and stories here that we could talk about it for days. There's a vanishing soldier near Fort King, a phantom monk said to be looking for his killer. It's even said that the forest could be home to the Hat Man, which they call the Dark Man, but don't play with me right now. Just that alone is enough to keep me away. There are also reported sightings of skunk apes. It's Bigfoot. And there's the legend of the Coyote Woman, who is said to have been so brokenhearted that she took her own life and was then transformed into a coyote and is said to kill any evil-spirited people she runs across in the forest. And while I don't know about the Coyote Woman, there is definitely something killing a lot of people in this forest. It's certainly not the evil-spirited that are falling victim. It actually appears quite the opposite. That real evil may be lurking here in the form of human monsters. The amount of people who go missing here or are found dead here is shocking. And it's been happening for a very long time. On October 2nd, 1966, 20-year-old Pamela Nader and 21-year-old Nancy Lichner went for a walk in Alexander Springs, and they were never seen again. It's now believed they may have been victims of the serial killer Gerard Schaefer, the killer cop. On July 22nd, 1976, 12-year-old Dorothy Schofield was abducted from a parking lot in Ocala. She was last seen entering the forest in a car with two men. She's never been found. On April 18th, 1984, the remains of Judy Doe were found, who has now been identified as Rebecca Sue Hill from Arkansas. On July 30th, 1990, 50-year-old truck driver Troy Burris from Ocala disappeared and was found 5 days later by two hikers. He was one of the at least 7 victims of Aileen Wuornos, a lady serial killer and prostitute, who claimed to kill the men who picked her up and were less than gentlemanly with her. But some people believe she may have killed them simply for their money. In December 1992, skeletal remains were found near Juniper Springs recreational area. This individual has still never been identified. On February 18th, 1994, 21-year-old Pam Edwards and her brother, 18-year-old John Edwards, were attacked by 2 men at their campsite. John was killed and Pam was SA'd and then tied to a tree, but she managed to escape. In 1998, 6-year-old Kayla was found buried near Alexander Springs, and she was allegedly killed by her own father. In the year 2000, 25-year-old Alicia Eakins was reported missing in St. Augustine. 3 months later, her boyfriend was caught in the act of digging another grave for 16-year-old girl Angela Durling. He was arrested and sentenced to 40 years, but then in 2008, Alicia's body was also found in the forest. He admitted to killing her and also his own father in 1999 and staging it as a suicide. On February 9th, 2005, police were set up and ambushed, and during the gunfight, this officer was killed. On January 4th, 2006, college students Amber Marie Peck and John Parker were camping when a man walked up to them and just shot them. In April 2007, the car of 41-year-old Christine Wiles was found near Wildcat Lake. A pool of her blood was found nearby, but she's never been found. On June 11th, 2008, a woman's torso was found in the forest. Her identified as 61-year-old Robin Lee Upson. This man was later arrested in Texas for this. In 2016, 2 more hikers were killed in a random act of violence. And in 2023, 2 completely...
And this is crazy because all these moitas and stuff are happening in the same place, but by different people. 2 different people. So it's not the same person going after like a certain group of people that look the same or whatever. I wonder what's going on with this place. Like, is it causing people to do this? Or does word get around in a small town or between psychos that this is a good place to go moita people? I don't know. It's hard to say.
Completely unrelated people went missing very close to the same time. On March 1st, David Allen Clark, and on March 11th, 66-year-old Teresa Hartley. Teresa's family is still searching desperately for her. While everywhere has its crime, this is a lot of bodies and is nowhere near a comprehensive list. So what in the world is going on inside this forest? It seems a lot of things. For one, it's remote and very heavily wooded. It's also, as you can see, quite large, which all makes it a good place to hide things or people. especially since there are not nearly enough rangers to regularly patrol it all, which makes it an ideal environment to host a lot of illegal activities. Rangers have found people cooking meth in campers and sitting around campfires, and they bust about 20 labs a year inside the forest. In 2006, 2 such labs exploded in giant fireballs. So there's definitely groups of mathematicians up in there, and some crimes may be attributed to people who have stumbled across them. It's also said that every year between roughly January and March, that a group called the Rainbow Family descends on Ocala. This group is basically a big old group of hippies. While it's often referred to as a kind of spiritual, intentional community, they're mostly known locally for their wild parties, big festivals, and drug binges. I've read a lot of criticism about them. The trash and mess they leave behind, the increase of ER visits and medical emergencies, and the increase in crime while they're in town. And some people have died at these gatherings. Some of these rainbow people are also rumored to live in the forest full time. And while I believe that they are mostly harmless, as this group is very loosely knit and mostly consists of drifters and hitchhikers, they can make for easy targets. Alongside the rainbow people are the squatters. Estimated that there are about 300 of them that live in the forest full time. While some keep to themselves, authorities believe that some of the others may have formed a kind of gang that completely controls some areas. Some campsites have become completely unsafe, with little groups of these squatters committing various crimes, whether that be robbery, rape, assault, or just public disturbances, like one guy who's often sighted riding around on a bike buck naked in broad daylight. And it's sad to say, but many of the children's camps aren't much safer either. A Boy Scout camp had to be shut down after 2 boys were threatened by a man with a knife. And don't get me started on this camp. It sits on the shore of Deer Lake, a camp for troubled boys, which claims to be, quote, dedicated to helping emotionally disturbed youngsters regain self-control and repair flaws in their character. But there have been allegations of horrific abuse. And in January of the year 2000, this boy, 12-year-old Michael Wiltsey, was sent there by court order after a juvenile arrest. He arrived there in late January, and then on February 4th, Michael was killed by a camp counselor by being forcefully restrained and sat on for over 15 minutes, and this counselor weighed over 300 pounds. Michael weighed 65. Please don't ever willingly send your kids to one of these camps. I also found it interesting that this camp is run by Clearwater-based Eckerd Youth Alternatives, which was founded by Jack and Ruth Eckerd in 1968, and they have programs for kids in 8 states. They're also high-ranking members of the Church of Scientology, which, by the way, has taken over the entire city of Clearwater. This was a hostile takeover. You've never looked into that, you should, because I know some people don't want to believe this, but this is a cult and a dangerous one. Make no mistake about it. So it appears that alongside the math makers and dealers, rainbow hippies, some squatters, multiple serial killers, cult-ran children's camps, the Ocala National Forest has also been a refuge for various fugitives, such as Ohio's Matthew Rutter, who was found hiding there in 2023. And just a few days ago, on January 28th, 2025, one of FBI's most wanted, Donald Eugene Fields II, was also just caught there. He was wanted for in Missouri and has been on the run from Franklin County since 2022. And there's also rumors that somewhere in the forest there's a compound of survivalist types, maybe a militia of sorts who are prepping for the end of the world. I don't know, hiding weapons out there and something. Who knows? Either way, that is quite a lot of activity in the same place. And the forest rangers themselves have called the Ocala National Forest the Wild West of the New Millennium. But I saw someone else call it the Ozarks of Florida. And I could not agree with that statement more. Want to hear a story?
Yeah, that's creepy.
How many guys know?
All right. We're past our first music break, but that's okay. It's all right. Yeah, right. All right. So on this break, we have Gravity from Krakow, Poland, and they're going to be singing Throw You Away and Take a Walk in My Shoes. And then we have Fred Johnson III from Canyon County, California with Sugar. And we also have Mr. Jeff Hilliard from Los Angeles, California with Abandoned. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this music break.
our love go wrong, my sugar?
So walk down the street, thinking all the things you said you need. Why don't you tell me, baby, how do you feel? So walk down the street, thinking all the things you said you need. Why don't you tell me, baby, how do you feel? Don't you take a walk? Why don't you take a walk? In my shoes, why don't you take a walk? Before you tell me what to do, don't you take a walk? Don't you take a walk? In my shoes, why don't you take a walk? Before you tell me what to do, no, it's easy. You tell me what to do. Have you ever stopped to think all the things that I've been through? No, it's easy. You tell me what to do. Have you ever stopped to think all the things that I've been through? Don't you take a walk? Don't you take a walk? In my shoes, don't you, baby, take a walk? Before you tell me what to do, don't you take a walk? Don't you take a walk? In my shoes, don't you, baby, take a walk? Before you tell me what to do. Before you tell me what to do.
That was Mr. Jeff Hilliard with Abandoned. I love his music, even though it's like satirical, you know, it's all satire, whatnot. It's hilarious. I find it so funny. And he's out there in LA and other places winning awards, not just for his music, but for his videos. It's pretty badass. But let's get back to it, shall we? Shall we? Alrighty. Oh, Stranger Things. I got that poster right there. Check it out. I'm waiting for another season.
Know that Stranger.
Want to hear?
How many guys know that Stranger Things is a documentary, right? By a sign of likes or hearts or whatever. Especially season 1. You know this is a documentary, right? Like, you know how many government secrets are literally released in this TV show?
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking
That's how they do it.
specifically about this one right here. Ever heard of it? Well, you can check it all out on Wikipedia. It's all there. Plus, you don't want to miss the bottom of the article on Wikipedia. And last but not least, on the CIA government official website, according to the Freedom of Information Act, there is a giant bunch of information you can scroll and read forever and zoom in that's all about what happened during these experiments. And you should do yourself a favor, bookmark this video, and go into this rabbit hole. And ask yourself, how many guys know that Stranger Things is a documentary, right?
Okay, I just wanted to pause really quick and check out this page name. Dark Predictions. Alright, I'm gonna write that down. Right. Okay. Let's get back to it.
Have you ever wondered why the love we feel for our pets often feels deeper, purer, and stronger than the love we feel for most people?
They deceive the living dog.
Have you ever wondered?
Okay, so generally pause is the space bar, but for some reason for the last, I think it's like 2 or 3 weeks, it takes you on to the next one, which is weird. But I was just gonna say, I think it's because their love and their loyalty and stuff to us is boundless. So I kind of reciprocate. Some people not, but animals are amazing. I even love my chickens. They're so cool.
Wondered why the love we feel for our pets often feels deeper, purer, and stronger than the love we feel for most people? Well, it's simple. Animals love without conditions. They don't care about our past, our mistakes, our failures. They don't judge the way we look, how much money we have, or how successful we are. They only care about how you make them feel safe, loved, and cared for. People can be complicated. Love from humans often comes with expectations and conditions, and sometimes even betrayal. But our pets, they stay, they love us through every mood, breakdown, and dark moment. They sense our emotions in ways no person ever could. They know when we are hurting.
Look at him go!
Even when we force a smile.
Tracking a rabbit?
They sit beside us in silence, asking for nothing in return. No advice, no judgment, just
whack the dog.
And maybe that's why it hurts so much when they're gone. Because they were that one constant in a world of uncertainty. They were the ones who loved us at our worst in ways people never could. So yes, maybe we love our pets more than people, because their love is the kind of love we all crave. Pure, loyal, and without limits.
They deceive the living dog water out of you guys. Look, they tell you that light bends and it lifts an object up to where it appears higher than it really is. Is that what's happening here? They'll tell you that, but they're liars. That's not even at all what's happening. Look, you can see the line. This is where the water really is. See, you can see in the distance, this little thing. Look, the water's really right here. It's that a refraction's causing a mirror of the sky. And they tell you the reason you can see Chicago from across Lake Michigan is because of a superior mirage called a Fata Morgana is taking place. But then you see Chicago during an actual Fata Morgana, and it looks like this. When they say it's curvature, there's all this distortion and it looks terrible. When they say it's refraction, it's crystal clear. They'll tell you, oh, the reason you can see Chicago is because light is bending in such a way that it's a mirage. It's distortion in the atmosphere. Then you take a closer look and it's crisp. Like, look how crisp it is.
Yeah.
Besides maybe some wave obstruction and
looking digitized or
minuscule
nothing.
stuff, but that is like sharp. And then this one they'll say, oh, it's a clear day. That's why you're seeing the obstruction of the Earth. Telling you it's Earth curve. Then you get up close and you see the atmospheric compression, the distortion, the mirage. It's like, okay, come on, guys. When you say it's a mirage, it's crystal clear. When you say it's a clear day and it's Earth curve, it's all distorted and compressed and miragey. So, are you just flipping the script on us? Back to the boat. I've heard modern science say that that's a superior mirage, that it's lifting the boat up, that's light bending it up, and that's the actual water line.
When we can your mind,
we
man.
can zoom in and actually see the freaking water line.
Yeah, you can see the line there, dude.
Cities in the background and whatever. And see that it's just a mirage. That's mirroring the sky, so it blends with the sky. They deceived the living dog water out.
This video is absolutely spooky, and it's
So this is the paranormal chick, and she is badass.
actually coming from a surgeon who was doing a tutorial video for her students. This is not the type of content she ever posts as far as paranormal scary. But she had to post this one. In the area that she was working, there's always been rumors that it's haunted, that corridor, those rooms are haunted, and people actually don't like to go back there. She didn't believe it until this. There was something watching her, and at the very end of the video, she captures it. Take a look at this. Tell me what you think.
The difference is, I'm so sorry, my brain. Okay, here we go. Last anywhere from 60 to 90 days.
Did you hear that shuffling around? Ooh. Telling you. Hospitals are so freaking creepy. Even new ones. Like the old hospital here. Even my kids will be like, my 1-year-old's like, there's people reaching out of the walls and floors trying to grab me. The new one, including the nursing home that was down the street, that was donated by...
Oh, I'm tearing up right now. I saw it.
You saw it?
I saw it. Can you please just show yourself?
I wonder if somebody passed in there. Had a heart attack or something. It could be the one where the chick passed and she was in front of the door so they couldn't get in forever. When they finally did, they found her with a heart attack on the floor. Eek! Eek,
just give me a sign.
Ooh, I wonder if it left her a message.
Do whatever you want.
Don't say that. it's when she gets back to her phone. Is it the hair dryer or what? Or the doors? Okay. With the crack. Is that a surgery room? Surgery rooms are very haunted too. What was it? What was it? Sorry, I gotta go back. No, right here.
That's crazy.
What? Did you see anything?
We talked about this meteor a couple months ago. The meteor is called 2024 YR4. It's the size of the Statue of Liberty.
300 feet.
And the percentage of it hitting Earth was like 1%. But in the past couple of weeks,
then it goes
NASA
down.
has come out and said those chances have now doubled. They're calling it the city killer. They said it would be 1,000 times more powerful than the bomb that was dropped in Hiroshima.
But if it hits the ocean, the waves from that.
Humongous tsunami.
Yeah, like
Will affect a lot more people.
They're obviously more concerned about it than they're letting on. They're allowing any astronomer
As
who
usual.
have access to the James Webb Telescope to observe it to make better predictions.
Yeah. So there's gonna be like shrapnel and like other things that come off this, right? If
Shrapnel.
it were to hit Earth, like it would actually like kind of.
It's not that big. It's basically just like it would destroy a city and
It's
cause
not
earthquakes.
shrapnel. It's
And
shrapnel.
I forgot to mention that part.
You'd be the worst newscaster ever.
Guys, wait,
no, it's gonna be fine. There will be earthquakes.
It won't destroy the Earth, but it'll be like not good.
You can
I
change the
love
channel.
butterflies and
Wait a
ninjas.
second, wait, I forgot something.
Because they're butterflies.
We talked about this meteor a couple months ago. The meteor is called.
It's funny. I actually had a dream that they were my neighbors. It was funny. So funny.
Don't know what this was. It goes from the right to left, and then it sat there for a second. Well, no, it sat there for after it got there. It just sat there.
Here? Where's it?
Rewind it. It just goes across the stream.
There it is.
And it just sits there.
Wow. There was so much UFO activity.
And you hear the
Right.
reporter
This
says
last California fires, it was crazy.
something about a fireball. She goes, "Is that a fireball? That was a fireball or something." It wasn't a fireball. They're way far away from the fire. And if it was something from the fire, it wouldn't have stopped. And whatever that is stopped. And sat there. I have no clue.
Oh, and there was orb ones that were flying in and out of the fire. Like, it was crazy. Crazy. What the heck,
And I
dude?
stopped it right after I saw that. So I didn't get the reporter, but she goes, right after that, she goes, "Oh my God, there's a fireball." It's way too far away from the fire to be coming from there. And then if it was an ember or whatever, they don't stop. They would keep going, moving in the wind.
Okay.
If you guys haven't heard this guy, freaking look him up. So, Nightly Disclosure, spelled like a knight in shining armor. Yes. But yeah, this guy is very intelligent, very on point, and on top of things. Like when things happen and things come out, go check this guy out, because he knows what's going on.
I tried to do a live session on this last night and I got very quickly blocked. At the moment, I don't know what the hell is going on, but TikTok is really coming after me. I don't know why. But
guess what? Okay, so when Trump got into office and he was talking to the side, and maybe perhaps someone over here will be purchasing this app. It's American. And then you hear, what's his name? From Facebook and Meta Anyways, you hear him say, responding to him. So basically, the guy that runs Facebook and not Pinterest, Instagram and Messenger and Meta and Mark Zuckerberg. It's Zuckerberg, but he sucks. So yeah. And even like right before he purchased it, he went on and did a video saying, what they did before was wrong. They were told by the government to do it, yada, yada, yada. They were way too hard on people. But still, here, they're doing it on TikTok. All right, let's go.
This is what I was trying to get out last night in a live quite urgently, but this is pretty substantial. So we know who Jake Barber is, we know who the Skywatcher team are, and we know what their intentions are and what they're trying to do. What we didn't know is who the client was. But thanks to Danny Sheehan, who's the president of the New Paradigm Institute, thank you, sir, we now know. Jake Barber is hired by Northrop Grumman. Right, so to put some context into this, I did a video about who I think is primarily responsible or who is holding most of the cards for this stuff, okay? And I said it was Lockheed Martin at the very top, Lockheed Skunk Works specifically, a separate department, and Northrop Grumman coming in the very close second, followed by a bunch of others. But the fact that we now know that Jake Barber is, I guess, is still hired by Northrop Grumman is a substantial claim. Now, of course, this is allegedly. I don't know if he's going to confirm that, but he kind of gave it away in the podcast when he was talking to Jesse Michaels. He said, if you made two guesses, both guesses would probably be right. So he kind of gave it away then. But now we've actually got verbal confirmation from Danny Sheehan on this, on the podcast he just did the other day called That UFO Podcast, which was posted on the 18th of February, which is a few days ago now. Wow. Okay. So they're not really doing themselves any favors by keeping this under wraps, are they? Because now we know. And as I said, I hypothesized this stuff, but it's good to hear it from somebody that's very well entrenched in this stuff and knows what's going on in the form of Danny Sheehan from the New Paradigm Institute. So, that being said, giving them a plug, please follow them on TikTok. They're very active. They do a lot of stuff on there, and they're doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes with whistleblowers and all sorts of things. So, show them some support, please. But yeah, that's it for now, guys. You heard it first from DK, and I'll see you on the next one.
UFO whistleblower Jacob Barber has come out and said that not only was he part of UFO crash recovery programs for secret operations, but that as a part of that, they had psychic assets that were doing remote viewing to telepathically communicate with the UFOs,
Ultra,
and bring them down to land or either crash them, and then these Delta Force and Green Beret operators would go in and capture them. And he said that along with that also, they used technology, some kind of frequencies, and also the telepaths would listen to audio music in certain tones and frequencies to align his consciousness. But basically they would project sound, or they had some kind of a technology. You see these computers all laid out with sensors and everything in this video clip for Skywatcher. And there is the remote viewer doing the remote viewing experiment to try and make contact. But this whole idea of using technology to do that has origins. Now, whether you like him or not, Daryl Anka, who goes by Bashar or channels Bashar, he says that this is an interdimensional being that he is channeling and communicating through. In a recent podcast, he was asked about Skinwalker Ranch, and he says that Skinwalker Ranch could be a place of first contact because of this specific frequency. And then we're going to go down the rabbit hole. But check this out.
You mentioned that Skinwalker Ranch in Utah is a possible location for first open contact.
Yes.
In regards to their research there, can you tell us the origin and or purpose of the 1.6 gigahertz signal that the scientists there frequently encounter?
Yes. This is a communication signal that is also of the correct frequency to open portals. In one particular episode of that particular program, as they broadcast that signal out, they received an echo reflection, which they could not understand where it was coming from. But that is the signal that the portal is open. So when you broadcast it and receive the
See what he's doing? And did you see what the guy was doing in the video, in this video, prior to this guy coming on? wearing blindfold. He's closing his eyes. Did you notice when Tony Gauzy was on? When he was getting input or whatever from the manted persons or wherever he was getting it, he'd close his eyes. I think it's because, which it really doesn't matter what I think, but when you close your eyes or you close certain things off, other parts of us are opened up to gain information. But yeah, I just had to mention that really quick because I just noticed that, and I've noticed that with other people too. I often do that as well. So.
Reflectional echo, you know that you have opened the portal. That's the significance of it and why that particular frequency is used for space communication as well. It is in alignment with the idea of communication into higher dimensional realms. So, intuitively, your scientists have figured this out, whether they understand it completely or not. But in the demonstration they gave where they broadcast that signal and got the echo reflection from seemingly everywhere and nowhere, that was an indication that they had actually opened the portal. Had someone been in a position to actually walk through the portal at that moment, they would have vanished.
So I've been to Skinwalker Ranch and the headquarters and inside the headquarters a few different times, and then done a lot of research around that whole region, including ancient petroglyphs and stuff like that. I may have even handled some of the metamaterials allegedly inside the headquarters there. But even with the team out exploring for petroglyphs and all that kind of stuff on the ranch, and in our conversations as a team doing all of this, there has been a lot of talk about these frequencies and searching the electromagnetic field, the electromagnetic spectrum for these types of anomalies and gamma radiation and all kinds of stuff like that. In our research, we've gone out all over the place to look for these types of anomalies. And as a part of my independent research working with the Skinwalker Ranch team, I made friends with the whistleblower, and we uncovered this other property in Nevada that Robert Bigelow also owned at the exact same time as owning Skinwalker Ranch before Brandon Fugel. And there's a picture that was given to us with him, Jacques Vallée, Hal Puthoff, and scientist Dr. Tim Ryan. Those of you that know who all of these are, this is pretty mind-blowing to see all of these guys together at this specific spot in 1996.
I had to take a picture of that.
So this is like another Skinwalker Ranch. And part of the discoveries that we made there are connected directly to the research at Skinwalker Ranch. So this is Brandon Fugel, Eric Bard, Eric Davis,
outside of Cortez, Colorado.
These are the who's who behind UFO disclosure and a whole lot of the science and the research that Bashar is talking about in that interview. And so part of the thing that we did was I started looking into the background, the science and the patents behind each of these scientists and researchers that were at Mount Wilson and Skinwalker. And Tim Ryan was really big into this ultra low frequency, almost this noise cancellation, ground penetrating radar technology. And he had a lot of funding into that research and technology. So what we did was we found some of Bob Bigelow's old equipment, and then we started looking at all these photographs, and we realized there were some of these photos where the scientific team had appeared to have these overhead satellite images of something underground. So we started looking for frequencies that were coming from
looks like a freaking pyramid
inside the mountain, which is all stuff that you hear about coming out in the UFO crash recovery teams with Jacob Barber now. So then we triangulated all of this, and we figured out that maybe it was down here in this photo where you see Bigelow, Jacques Vallée, and Hal Puthoff in this lower meadow where they were looking for something underground and even buried a tractor and got it stuck there digging underground. So what we did was we found some of Bigelow's old equipment.
She got an excavator.
And we formed a team with the group at Skinwalker Ranch, and we did a whole spin-off
Sorry, my eyes are dry now.
called
My nose is running and my eyes are dry.
And we filmed 2 whole seasons. We even went and replicated some research with Chris Bledsoe and other people, just like we did in Nevada here with EEGs. But then ultimately we formed a team, and they brought in advanced equipment, and we paired it up with the old Bigelow equipment, and we explored this ultra low spectrum, and we discovered that 1.6 gigahertz range, and we found that echo, that resonance, that sympathetic resonance. And it was so fascinating because we set up all this equipment. We started to project this ultra low frequency out into the atmosphere and into the ground, and whatever was buried underground actually duplicated and copied our signal and then resonated it back to us. And then when we tried to change the signal, sometimes before we could even touch the iPad and the controls to change the signal, it would change to the signal we were thinking about. Like whatever was underground could read our minds. It messed up our GPS. It did a whole bunch of stuff.
It's telepathy, being telepathic. That's like, okay, so when I'm talking about a member of your family has passed, you talk to them in your head a lot, or you think about them a lot. Last weekend, when we had Chris Garcia on, we were talking about talking to the dead, like people of your family that have passed. You can talk to them out loud, they'll hear you. You can talk to them telepathically, and they'll hear you. That's a thing. And I've communicated telepathically with a creepy ass thing that I don't even know what the crack it is, and I'm constantly in my husband's head, but pretty damn ass trippy. We can do this. We just haven't been taught. We've been dumbed down by our government. It's freaking ridiculous.
It was really crazy. Check out this next part too.
The Egyptian gods never existed. They symbolize the different body parts of your body. Anubis represents the tongue. He's a dog with the barking because the power of life and death is in the tongue. Falcon of Horus is the inner brainstem. Osiris, the god of death and the underworld. He represents the reptilian brain, hence why he's green and has reptiles next to him. The reptilian brain is when our consciousness exists in death because we don't think. Horus with the circle on his head represents the limbic system in the brain. Amun-Ra is the hippocampus in the brain. Ra is where we get RAM. Computer has a RAM for memory, and the hippocampus in the brain is all to do with memory. This is the Lamb of God. Thoth, the god of wisdom, the one who preserves the ancient wisdom. Ibis bird is the sternum, which is the chest, which contains the treasure, which is our soul, our heart. Our heart contains the sacred knowledge.
Like when I hear this guy talk, like, I'm like, wow, that doesn't make sense, but it does. Just so trippy, and he goes through it so quickly, which, cool. I'd have to listen to it several times to see it, but man, just the shape of things, oy, it's tripping me out, seriously.
Sternum protects the heart, the treasure. He preserves the wisdom. The Ankh is the portal into the physical world, the uterus. The Bible even tells you that animals are deeply symbolic. Job 12:7. Ask the beasts of the field and they will teach you, the birds of heaven and they will tell you. Because each animal represents a part of the human experience. Snakes represent the wave of energy. The Egyptians saw each body part had a specific role in the human experience. And these parts of our body are very sacred. If you want to learn more, then read the Book of Wisdom, Volume 2. The Egyptian god.
It doesn't make sense, but it makes sense.
This isn't my typical content that I post to TikTok, but it's important that I show you this video.
Sitting over there, sound kind of like Tom Hanks, but not. This is the Ghost Dad Paranormal.
This is the room that we capture that compelling spirit box session in, where the young man took his own life. We had set up several EMF detectors, including this millimeter width REM pod, which you see all the way to the left.
Those are so hard, and my most recent paranormal investigation was in a place like that. A place that I had driven over so many times and never knew. Lots of people have done the same thing there, but ooh, it's giving me the chills again right now. But it was funny. Just have all kinds of equipment. I'm allowing them to use it. I'm using it. We're picking up on so much stuff, but what you get in your head, like, look over there, I look over there. I see these little, other things you can put in your vase that you get at Walmart. They're like those little glass baubles, and they have that iridescent looking stuff on top of it. I'm like, oh, look. And I grabbed it out of the creek and I showed it to Cheyenne, and she just bust out crying. I'm like, are you okay? Like, what's going on? She's like, those are his. Like, I have the other half of that, and these are his. I looked more and more and more. I found at least 20. So he had half the bag, he had the other half, but just listen to your gut. Listen to your instincts. You'll find stuff. But yeah, it's really, really sad, really hard. But if you know somebody that's done that, please don't think that they go to hell or Hades or whatever the crack. There's a special place in heaven for tormented souls, and life is hard. I wouldn't be surprised if we're in purgatory right now, trying to get to heaven. But anyways, let's continue.
These things have been quiet the entire night until we stepped into this room. So we have a millimeter with rim, and then we have 2 actual rim pods set on either side of the room. And this is what we captured. Check this out. This is pretty significant. Can you make both of those go green, please?
Yeah, we're getting that too on the REM pod. EMF detector. I got my big ghost box thing to work.
Thank you.
That's sad. It's my nephew.
So I want to know if I'm communicating with the person who that did what they did in this room.
Yeah.
Can you make that go all the way green? If this is the person that is stuck in this space, look it, dude. Look. Look. Look.
Seriously.
Look. Holy smokes. Do you need help? If you need help and you need help moving on, make it go blue. Holy crap, dude.
Yeah, they're like, scream out, trying to tell you. Like,
Holy
that's why
crap.
it's like that. Ugh.
If you want us to go get somebody to help you, I need you to make it stop. Can you make it stop? I don't think he needs it to stop, bro.
No.
He's needing
Help him how?
He's trapped here. This isn't my typical content that I post to TikTok, but it's important that I show you this video. This is the room that we capture that compelling spirit.
Have you ever stopped?
Oh, Aunt Colette. I'll tell you my message after she goes on with what she's saying. Hopefully she's not so long-winded as last time, but even so, if she is, she does really good. But I just want to let you guys know, if you have any thoughts of self-harm or leaving this world in an unnatural way, you can dial 988 or go to 988lifeline.org or dial 988. Or me. Get a hold of me, and I'll try to help if I can.
And really thought about it. Giants played such a massive, huge, no pun intended, role in our biblical world for years, for a very long time, because there were giants in those days, and also after that. Yo, I mean, the giants.
My dad was a giant.
Were such a major part in our history, and here for so long. Well, gosh golly. God had to flood the entire world.
Peepers. Where'd you?
So why is it?
Creepers.
No, why is it they are only mentioned little less than a handful of times in that Bible? It's almost as if somebody evil, somebody with the influence over man, evil man, power-hungry man, money-hungry man. Well, it's almost as if somebody very evil may have had some sort of control over said men. And same said men, got their fingers in a certain book, started ripping pages out and realized, no, that's not enough. Let's take out entire books. Everything. Anything and everything that has anything to do with the giants. And then we'll tell the world, don't believe that. We'll discredit it, and we shall call it the Apocrypha. Don't worry, it means hidden books, but they won't catch on to that. So why is it the Nephilim, the giants? Once again, there were giants in those days, and also after that, those same ones that played such a massive role in our history, in our biblical history. And spoiler alert, as in the days of Noah, so shall it be with the coming of the Son of Man. Sounds as though those giants that are there in the days after, well, they just might play a massive role then too. So why is it we've only got, 4 verses about giants in that Bible? Well, now if that doesn't tell you something, I don't know what will. Boy, I wouldn't want to be those people. The people, you know who they are. You know who they were. And so did God, because he mentioned it right at the very end of that Bible. The last thing he said. And to those who take away from this book, I shall take away from your life. And those who add to this book, I shall add to your life. I just think it's...
Oh, sorry. I have a really bad cold, but I know within my heart things have been added, things have been omitted, aka taken away. Ugh. And they continue to do it today. You know who they are.
I think it's funny. People really give the devil way too much credit. I mean, really. Why would he let us know or learn or understand anything about the giants when that entire Bible, that book, it has everything to do with them, but it was so craftily rewritten. Well, now it has nothing to do with them at all. That's strange. I hope that makes you understand the importance of the Apocrypha. I mean, why would they take out something unless it was something vital for us to know? There were giants in those days, and also after that. In my opinion, if you want to know what is the most important to know about that,
it's not just about the giants. There's so many other things they've taken out, so many other things they've added.
Bible, look at everything, and I mean everything that they removed. At least,
and
in
added.
my opinion, that's a really good place to start. It's almost like the director or the editor cut all of the scenes from the main character right before production. And
also, if you do decide to read the Bible, pray or ask your Father in heaven or your Heavenly Father or whatever you'd like to call him for the gift of discernment. So when you do read this book or scrolls or whatever you're reading from, you can have the gift of discernment. Very important.
edited them out one by one and hid the absolute main characters from the entire world. Just a thought. They were the reason God flooded this earth. And we get 3 or 4 verses about them in that book.
They're still here.
Okay. Oh, and spoiler alert.
Not all of them, but several of them. And they're hiding.
They've got main character roles in that time too. But the devil does not want you to know that. I love you so big.
Want to hear a story? This story is going to...
Yeah, I do, and I'm hoping it's not. Oh my gosh, this is close to... Oh my gosh, this is close to me. San Juan Mountains. Holy shnikes. This... Okay, right over here. I'm in this area. Right here. I used to live in this area over here. Now I live in this area over here. And I work in this area over here and over here. Oh my gosh. But yeah, the San Juan Mountains are trippy. Anyways, we got to go to our second music break. And on this break, we have Gravity from Krakow, Poland. And they are going to be singing. Let me pull it up real quick. My Last Goodbye. Then we have Dan Medina, who was a member of this band, but, just like Justin Timberlake, he separated himself and he's singing I Won't Let You Go, which is a good song too. And then we have Mr. Fred Johnson III from Canyon County, California, with After Dark. I love his music. I love it. And another one that I love, man, all these guys are awesome, but Mr. Jeff Hilliard from Los Angeles, California, with Consensual Van. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this music break.
Do you wanna go for a ride in my consensual sex van? Do you wanna go for a ride in my consensual sex van? Let me take you far away from all this huff and puff. There will be nothing in between our love, like a pair of doves flying high above, where nothing can touch us, touching softly. Don't let me go, I won't let you go. This is eternity with me, baby. Do you wanna go for a ride in my consensual sex van? Do you wanna go for a ride in my consensual sex van? You don't have to be alone. Come with me. Magic, healthy laughter, boundaries, safe space, ongoing mutual consent, passion, happily we'll be bearing our souls, naked by the sea. We'll breathe the clean air. We'll be living, laughing, loving forever. Baby, do you wanna go for a ride in my consensual sex van? Do you wanna go for a ride in my consensual sex van? You don't have to be alone anymore. We will be together forever in love. Do you wanna go for a ride? Do you wanna go in my consensual? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Just get in the van. can't you see? Anything I do, you say you can save me. So why don't you try? No matter what you tell me, tonight I'm gonna say my last goodbye. Oh. You say you can save me, so why don't you try? No matter what you tell me, tonight I'm gonna say my last goodbye. Oh. My last goodbye. Things can't be unsaid. Streets of these are going to dead end. Listening to waves on windy days, standing by the wall, making sense of it all. So alone in the dark, all alone in the dark. All alone in the dark, you're alone in the dark. 'Cause I won't let you go. You're so far away, always with my soul. I won't let you go. Oh, you're so far away, always with me in my soul. Yeah, yeah. Looking for a reason, not a lead. Mystified, lives inside a world selling us all. Oh, she's alone in the dark, all alone in the dark, all alone in the dark, so alone in the dark. 'Cause I won't let you go. I won't let you go. You're so far away, always with me in my soul. Yeah, yeah. And I won't let you go.
Take me to a college scene, I'd like to go and dance, drinks and hunt the perfect date, yeah. Living at the dark, I search lonely streets to find hidden shadows in the dark. It doesn't matter what I say, secret homicides arranged in a series of pursuits. No matter what I say, after dark, I gave her base because she had the range. I knew she was the one that never could go home again. Plastic lights by limo seats, I don't know why I can't control this urge to hurt again, yeah. Living at the dark, I search lonely streets to find hidden shadows in the dark. It doesn't matter what I say, change it in the sky, murder forever after. No matter what I say, after dark. Feeling meant to repugnant and feel behind a place with days under slumber. Concerning works or in remembrance. It doesn't matter what I say, it really doesn't. No matter what I say, after dark. It doesn't matter what I say, secret homicides arranged in a series of pursuits. No matter what I say, change in the sky, murder forever after. It doesn't matter what I say, rude and fatal, lacking the hint of conscience. No matter what I say, after dark.
Welcome back, and thanks so much for hanging out with me tonight on We Are Paradox Media's Late Night in the Rockies. Oh, I was going to do something, but I forgot to do. I'll drop the damn bowl. Yeah, I know. Anyways, let's get back to all trippy TikToks. And we're going to be listening to Miss Amber Bowden Vance. And she's got a lot of good things about the South, but she's in my neck of the woods right now, so I'm pretty excited to see what she's going to say.
And take us to the San. Want to hear a story? This story is going to take us to the San Juan Mountains and the story of the Colorado cannibal. Alfred Packer was born in January 1842 in Pennsylvania. At the outbreak of the Civil War, he enlisted in the Union Army, but he was discharged because of seizures due to his epilepsy. After his second attempt to enlist and his second discharge, he moved west to join the ranks of hopeful prospectors seeking their fortune in the gold rush. He worked a variety of odd jobs as well, but he never kept any of them for long because of his health issues, but also because of his general bad attitude, along with a slight history of theft. He also didn't see much success from his mining, so by 1873 he was supplementing his income by working as a guide through the wilderness of Utah and Colorado, though it was generally agreed by those who knew him that he did make a very good one because he was prone to getting lost. But in November 1873, a group of 21 men set out from Utah to travel to the San Juan Mountains. Word had spread that gold was found there, so the party's leader gathered some men together who were all mostly strangers to each other to go out and find it. The group was headed to Breckenridge, Colorado, and near Provo, the party encountered 31-year-old Alfred Packer, who offered his services as a guide, and they needed a guide, so they allowed Alfred to join the group. group. Because he had no supplies and no provisions with him, he actually paid $25 to join in. The group started out, he carried only his pistol. It didn't take long after entering the wilderness for it to become clear that Alfred had greatly exaggerated his qualifications and his knowledge of the Rockies. The group moved very slowly and often had to backtrack, and winter that year moved in hard and fast. As the group moved along the Old Spanish Trail, a heavy snowstorm struck and covered the path, forcing the party to stop often and rely only on a compass. And in no time, Alfred had them all hopelessly lost. Tensions rose, and Alfred became kind of hard to get along with. The men reported him to be lazy, greedy with food, and he argued constantly with another member, Frank Miller. Alfred also seemed oddly obsessed with how much money each man carried, and questioned them often about it, which made them uncomfortable. Their food soon ran out altogether. The men were forced to survive solely on horse feed when they stumbled upon the encampment of Chief Ouray on January 21st, 1874. Chief Ouray was a prominent Ute leader and was known to be a man of peace. He welcomed the freezing, starving men into his camp. He fed and sheltered them and even offered to let them stay throughout the winter, and he warned them strongly against continuing their journey until the spring, saying that they would only encounter increasingly hazardous weather. Despite these warnings, 11 of the 21 men decided to continue on. The chief provided them with food and supplies and directed them to take a path around the mountains to the next outpost at the Los Pinos Indian Agency. However, Alfred, the guide, insisted on taking the shorter, direct route through the mountains. After a big argument, 5 men split off and went the way that the chief told them to, and 6, including Alfred, went up into the mountains. The group set out on February 9th, and it included Alfred, George California Noon, who was a teenager, a rich old dude named Israel Swan, who was said to be carrying thousands in cash, another man named James Humphrey, a red-haired Irishman named Shannon Wilson Bell,
That was a lot back in the day.
the German butcher Frank Miller, the dude Alfred argued with all the time. All of the men carried only 14 days' supply of food, and between all of them only had 2 rifles and a pistol. They also didn't have snowshoes or heavy winter clothing. On April 16th, 1874, 65 days later, over 2 months, Alfred Packer arrived alone at the Los Pinos Agency. Men there, including Indian agent General Charles Adams, this guy right there,
Probably
were eating
looking none the
breakfast
worse
when
for
Alfred knocked on
wear.
the door begging for food. Told them that he had been traveling with a group of companions, but that they'd gotten lost in a snowstorm, and that they abandoned him after his feet became frozen and he could no longer walk. He said he survived only on roots and rosebuds and the occasional small game. The men sat Alfred down and provided him a meal, which he immediately vomited. He said that his state of prolonged near starvation had probably messed up his digestion, but General Adams noticed that
Pure
Alfred
protein
didn't look
diet.
starved. He looked healthy and well fed. In fact, the general noted
Oh,
that he was
dang.
downright fat, especially for
Big
someone who
screen.
had just spent 2 months lost in the mountains. Alfred spent 10 days at the agency before traveling to the nearby town of Swatch? Is that how y'all say that? And Alfred became quite the big spender there at the saloon. And while he was there, he also had the bad luck of running into a couple of members of the original party, who immediately questioned him about the whereabouts of the others. And Alfred nervously gave them the same story he told at the
He's like-
agency. But these men did not buy that, especially when they noticed that he was carrying some of the possessions of the missing men, and that the satchel he carried that didn't even belong to him was full of cash, when he'd had none at the beginning of their journey. After running into Alfred, the other men contacted General Adams at the agency. It turned out that he'd been quietly inquiring about the missing men at all the other nearby towns and had been unable to find them. So the general sent for Alfred under the guise of needing his help to form a search party, but his real intent was to question him. Alfred arrived back at the agency on May 4th. Here, General Adams sat him down and said point blank, "I believe those men are dead, and you know something about it." Then Alfred broke down in tears and changed his story. This time he claimed that the older man, Israel Swan, who was into his 60s, had been the first to die in the blizzard, and that the rest of them had eaten him in order to survive. He said that about a week later, Humphreys died and was also eaten. And then Frank Miller died in an accident. And then
They're
he
all
had to
part
shoot
of
the
him
last
now.
man in self-defense after Bell tried
Yeah.
to kill him. He admitted to making human jerky and to also taking the men's money and possessions.
What a
He signed
jerk.
off on the written confession on May 8th. He was held at the agency under threat of lynching if he didn't help find the bodies of his companions, so that the officials could find out if his story was true. And Alfred was supposed to lead the men to where he said this happened, but he kept deliberately leading the party astray and pretended to be bewildered and lost. And on the return trip, after stealing a knife and attempting to
Yeah, I'm sure he was
one of the
super
officers while
bewildered.
he slept, Alfred officially became a prisoner and was turned over to the sheriff in town. When he was arrested, people began to whisper that Alfred Packer had led those men into the mountains deliberately in order to rob, kill, and eat them. This belief only grew when, in June, the bodies of the
Bastard.
prospectors were finally found in a hemlock grove near Dead Man's Gulch. It was actually a reporter that found them, and he drew this illustration. The paper reported, quote, 4 of them were lying in a row, each one shot through
He
the
robbed
forehead.
and ate
Their
them.
blankets were still over them, showing conclusively that they had been killed while sleeping. The 5th man, Bell, was laying some distance away with his head cut off. Signs of a struggle appeared, and it was evident that he'd fought desperately for his life. Most of the flesh was cut from Bell's body, but the others were not mutilated as badly, which proved the party was not out of provisions when killed and that Packer had killed all of them. They also found the shanty where Alfred had stayed nearby, with a well-worn path leading from the shelter to Bell's body and back. But while this discovery is being made
super
back in
crazy.
town, Alfred had managed to escape from his jail cell and disappeared. He was finally found 9 years later near Fort
Like a
Fetterman,
warlock
Wyoming,
or
where
something?
he was going by the name John Schwartz and working as a miner. He was transported by train back to Denver, where 100 people gathered
Let
to
me
see
take your
the
hand if you want to
murder.
live.
And he arrived on March 16th, 1883, and General Adams was there waiting for him. There, Alfred Packer changed his story for the 3rd time. This time he confessed that the 5 men hadn't gradually died along the way, that they had been murdered. But of course, not by him though. He claimed the party had all made it to Dead Man's Gulch. And while the others set up camp, he took one of the rifles to go
SW.
try to hunt some food, and to also find the highest vantage point so that he could try to figure out which way to go from there. He claimed he was gone most of the day. When he returned, he saw 4 of his companions lined up in a row, dead in their blankets, and Wilson Bell sitting by the campfire, roasting the leg of Frank
not
Miller. He claimed that when
convenient.
Bell noticed he returned, he ran at him with a hatchet, attacking him, and that Alfred shot him in self-defense, and that because he was stuck in the camp in the snow with no other food, he'd been forced to survive off their bodies. He told the story again at his trial in Lake City, but the jury didn't believe him, and Alfred Packer, the now convicted cannibal, was sentenced to hang. However, he was later spared the death penalty by some technicality of law, so he was retried and sentenced to 40 years, which he began serving in 1886. By this time, the story of Colorado's cannibal had spread far and wide in the newspapers, and a young barber in Denver named Duane Hatch recognized the picture of Alfred Packer as a man who had become his friend and benefactor when he was a teenager, a stranger at the time that he'd encountered, and Alfred had invited him to join his camp and helped him find a job at a cattle ranch. He remembered Alfred to be nothing like the cold-blooded killer he was depicted as in the newspaper, so he reached out to Alfred in prison, and they renewed their friendship. This man ended up hiring a team of very expensive lawyers, seeking a pardon for
I should
Alfred,
have
which
you
was
for
then picked up
dinner.
by a Denver Post reporter named Polly Pry, who advocated for Alfred's release. She proclaimed him to be a victim of circumstance and misfortune, instead of
Oh
some
my
cannibalistic,
gosh.
murdering thief like everybody thought he was. Eventually, through their work, the public perception of Alfred turned, and many others joined in seeking his release. And as Governor Charles Thomas's last act before leaving office in January 1901, he paroled Alfred Packer instead of giving him a pardon. After Alfred's release,
Thanks,
he
Joe
got a job
Biden.
as a security officer at the Denver Post, and he spent the rest of his life living in Littleton, Colorado, where he was well liked by his neighbors. In fact, he was described as a kindly man who would take children on his lap and tell them of his early days in the Old West. He died on April 24th, 1907, of stomach and liver problems, and he was buried at the Littleton Cemetery. And the mountaintop where this incident occurred was named Cannibal Plateau, and there is a marker at the Packer massacre site, as well as a memorial and graves of the 5 men. But still to this day, no one really knows what happened here, whether he killed them in cold blood in order to steal their belongings and eat them, or if
I'm curious. Sorry to interrupt, Miss Amber, but so I know that one guy came after him with a hatchet, and he shot him, and he killed all the other people while he was gone hunting or doing something. So I'm wondering if they look to see, did all the other bodies have hatchet marks on them? Because that guy obviously carried a hatchet. And he carried a gun. Nobody brings a hatchet to a gunfight, so just wondering, just curious, asking for a friend. No? Yes, no. Hello?
if he too was nearly a victim and just did what he had to do to survive, is still an enduring mystery. So what do you think Alfred Packer was? A cold-blooded cannibal or a victim of circumstance? Let me know. Want to hear a
Oh,
Did you say gravity might not exist as a fundamental thing in the
I'm
universe?
saying gravity might not exist as a fundamental thing in the universe.
Wow.
Man,
Let's keep that between us.
What? Remember when Tesla said, if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration? Atoms are not these little small particles. They're little balls of vibrating light. Even Einstein says concerning matter, we've all been wrong. What we've been calling matter is actually energy whose vibration has been lowered to be perceivable to the senses. He says there is no matter. There's only light and sound. Sound is just vibration. Sound can affect matter. Look at this.
So if you take an ultrasonic transducer like this, and you put a surface above it for it to reflect the sound wave off, you can actually create a standing wave pattern in there. And if you take some small pieces of things like pieces of paper or small pieces of styrofoam, you can stick them in there and they actually levitate in the standing wave. Also, instead of a reflector, we could just put a second transducer up top of it, playing the same wave, and if we do that, we get a little bit stronger levitation. Okay, let's see how many we can fit in here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look how cool that is.
You gonna try to put more?
You can even pop them up to the other nodes.
We will definitely get back to that, but check this out. So Einstein's theory of gravity is the bending and warping of space-time, but did you know that there is a measurable downward electrostatic current right here on Earth? And there are studies out there that suggest what we thought was gravity, bending and warping of space-time, is really just the electrostatic force.
Well, and also, like, it's stronger in some places than others. Like, there's places where people can walk sideways. Like, this house is like this, but they can still walk, like, normally. It's weird. Gravitational pull, static, whatever it is. Things and stuff? Hello? No?
Multiple studies, might I add. Oh, but what about time dilation? Electrostatic time dilation. What is time dilation? Well, those who believe this believe that the further you get from the strength in the gravitational field, the faster time moves. And that was supposedly measured with atomic clocks that test that fourth dimension, time. But these atomic clocks only measure the vibration or oscillation of cesium atoms. And remember, Einstein himself said there is no such thing as matter, as atoms. It's just vibration and light. The very vibration of cesium is an electromagnetic phenomenon which can only be affected by electromagnetism. The fundamental base of reality is electromagnetic. So in this study, they increased the electrostatic potential around the atomic clock. Remember, these atomic clocks are counting the number of times that a cesium atom would vibrate. So their idea of proving gravity was to take one atomic clock up on an airplane at a high altitude, leave one on the ground, and then test the different amount of vibrations that those atoms did to find a difference. But this study showed an equivalence from the electrostatics on atomic clocks versus the gravity prediction. And in this study, they didn't put this atomic clock in a Faraday cage to shield it from electrostatics, so I'd say the results probably came from electrostatics. Now back to sound. Isn't it so cool that sound can manipulate matter? Everything is light and sound. Now, think of God, our awesome creator. He spoke things into existence. Think about what our vocal cords are, right? It's a machine, a mechanism that creates vibrations, right? Our breath creates vibrations that then come out into sound. And God, the creator of us, our Father, his awesome vocal cords manipulate matter itself. Now think about it. Matter molds and forms to the certain frequencies that are at hand. There's tests done that you take salt and you pour it up on a thing and put some vibration under it, change the frequency, and it takes different shapes and it molds and forms. It already knows there is already an intelligently designed structure that matter forms to certain vibrations. So think about it. Our thoughts have vibrations. Our words have vibrations. Everything that we think and we say has power over matter. So you think about what matters and what doesn't matter. Well, what have you manifested to matter? It might actually mean something. We might actually be able to materialize things with our very words. We're created in his image. Speak life.
Daddy, you're...
Well, yeah, and once he says that, it reminds me of the experiment that they did where they took different plants, and to some plants they spoke positively. To other plants they spoke negatively. Same thing. Vibrations, negative, positive vibrations. Yeah, pretty interesting if you ask me. But yeah, really, let's just get back on with it. But yeah, vibrations really matter a lot. At Leedskolin, pretty sure he learned how to build his coral castle not once but twice with vibrations, just like the Egyptians did with the pyramids. Or did the Egyptians actually build the pyramids? Was it somebody else and the Egyptians found it? I don't know.
I'm running to the store and I'm gonna get something to drink. All I got here is bottled water. I just don't like
He's so
doing pizza.
freaking cute.
So I've never done this test even with Buddy. So I'm trusting you. Don't you dare touch that pizza, okay? I'll be back in 8, 9 minutes, okay?
Oh no,
Don't touch,
don't
pal.
do
I'll
that
be
to
right back.
him.
Stay home, be a good boy.
Oh my god, I hope he
I
understands
wanna see
English.
Pal's limits.
You know, he's
I wanna
German.
see
German.
how much he listens. I'm not getting gas, but I'm definitely gonna go get something to drink.
Tilting the head, I love
Dying
that.
to know whether he touches or not. I'm
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Hopefully Pal passes the test.
Please, Pal, please.
5:04 right now. I don't know if you guys
Oh my god.
can see that. And I'm just
Oh my
coming
god,
back
this
down
poor
here.
guy is probably
I would not
covered
be
in
mad at
drool.
you in any way, shape, or form if you failed this test. I mean, I
No.
actually put that pizza on the ground beside his
He's been gone
nose
a long
and left
freaking
my
time.
house. Let's go see how he did.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
How's the big boy?
Pal passed.
How's the big boy? Did you touch the pizza? You didn't even touch it, did
It's
you?
right
I
here.
know. You're
Aw,
such a good boy.
Good
I
job,
love you so
Pal.
much, man.
Aw.
In a discovery
such a
that
good
has
boy.
left archaeologists stunned, a 3,200-year-old
Now you
lead
know it's
tablet was
true.
found at Mount Abel, the very place where the Bible says Joshua built an altar. But what makes this find even more incredible is what's written inside.
I love Rick
When
and Morty. I
researchers
also
scanned
have
the
more.
folded tablet, they found an
Bishop
ancient Hebrew
earrings.
inscription that reads, "Cursed, cursed,
This
cursed."
is like one of the most
cursed
comfortable
by
shirts
the
I
god
have.
YHW. This is one of the earliest written references to Yahweh, dating back to the time of the Judges, making it a monumental discovery for biblical archaeology. Here's where it gets even more fascinating. In Deuteronomy 27, Moses commanded the Israelites to declare curses from this exact mountain. And now, over 3,000 years later, archaeology confirms that people at Mount Ebal were writing curses in the name of Yahweh, just as the Bible describes.
What?
In a discovery that has left archaeology.
So to me, that doesn't make sense. How can you write curses in the name of Yahweh when I'm pretty sure he's against that ish? I don't know.
Hey friends, so do the gray aliens look the way they do because they were designed by the gray aliens? So this is a fun one, so stick with me here. So I love talking about the gray aliens because everyone knows what a gray alien looks like, whether you've seen one in person or not. And
Thanks,
millions of people
Adrian.
have. So they exist in some form. And when people describe them, they always say the same things. Big head, small body, big eyes, small mouth, small nose, small ears, you know, long fingers. So it's across the board. It changes a little bit, but there is definitely a stereotypical gray alien. Now, the main theories
Yeah, I
on what
don't
a gray
trust
alien
him.
are, because even though we call it an
Scare me.
alien, most people don't think they come from like other planets. The two leading theories are humans designed them and created them as like a drone in the future, like a little helper assistant, or they actually are future humans. A lot of people, you know, say that. And there's a guy named Michael Masters, and he dives into this deep, and I love him. He's really good at what he does. He's an anthropologist who studied, you know, ancient humans and how we evolved over the years, and he saw Communion by Whitley Strieber, and there's a stereotypical gray alien on the cover, and he saw that face, and he said, whoa, this is potentially what a human would evolve into millions of years in the future. But something dramatic would have had to happen to maybe drive us into
My
space.
head's already big
and
enough.
get those big
Like,
eyes.
literally,
But he's
I
like,
have
I
the
could
biggest
see
head in my
humans looking like this in the future.
platoon.
So he kind of hypothesized that these grays are future humans. My only problem with that is that when people encounter them, they always talk about how unhuman they seem. Lacking soul, lacking empathy, lacking emotions and feelings. They only speak telepathically, that kind of stuff. So it's possible that we just lost our humanity way in the future. But it also, I don't know. I don't know if...
Well, I don't agree with that. I think to be empathic, you have to be spiritual or spiritually connected or have some sort of emotion. I don't know.
these
I
are
could be
future
wrong. It
humans
wouldn't be the
because
first time.
people always talk about how unhuman they seem. And then if you talk about, okay, well, maybe humans develop these and design these in the future, well, I can't see any time where humans would design a robot that looks like what we call a gray alien. It's not something I could see coming out of a human design department. You know, we design things to be more aesthetically pleasing. I don't know why we would give it the features and everything that it has. Like, why even give it a mouth and ears?
Everybody
and
loves
a nose
big
so it doesn't
eyes.
use them, that kind of stuff. So I can't really
Why would they
see
not?
humans designing a robot that looks the way we see gray aliens looking. But then I pulled on this thread, and this is where it gets fun.
Indeed.
There is a scenario where, you know, we're getting really good at creating these robots. There was a company called Clone that just came out one today that has this like skeleton and muscle system. It's called a musculoskeleton or something. And I mean, it looks.
If you haven't seen it, it's so trippy. It looks, moves, everything. It's got every single bone that a human being has. I'm sure it's not bone. Sure, it's probably metallic bone, but the way it moves, very human. And I'd be super surprised if we didn't have those among us today. We've seen it on video where they're just like staging a person and pulling on the back of their face and stuff like that. Yeah, a lot of famous people get plastic surgery, so, you know, sometimes we pull back on the face and stuff, so you don't get the germs, but, this is creepy. Seriously. The way this thing moves, T-shame. Tell you what.
Looks like a biological robot. It's creepy. We're already making those. And we're very close to ASI, which is artificial super intelligence. So imagine a point in the future where we have these very advanced robots that are basically synthetic biology. I mean, we can grow organs in a lab, for God's sake. So it wouldn't be hard to make a biological synthetic, you know, robot, and then infuse it with ASI, you know, artificial superintelligence. So it's incredibly.
And that also pisses me off. I'm sorry I keep interrupting, but I'm sorry. We can't give you a liver or kidney or whatever transplant to help you continue to live because nobody's come along so far with your blood type or whatever to make that happen. They know how. They have the technology, just like with cancer. They've had the medication to cure it this whole freaking time. Sorry, but it's true. And it's redonkulous. It's all about money.
Really smart. And that they, at some point, start making and designing themselves. And maybe they create a fusion between like human genetics and their like binary genetics, you know, and they create this, you know, robotic, you know, this synthetic biological robot that is a fusion between humans and, you know, this artificial superintelligence. And it comes out looking like a gray alien, right? Like I can see that. I can see this being this fusion between the two, but produced and designed by it, because it wouldn't care as much about aesthetics like how we do. It would be more utilitarian, and that would be a gray. Okay, so that's super interesting. That kind of merges the two. It's not like a human-made robot, and it's also not humans from the future. It's kind of both. Then you'd say, okay, well, why are they here, right? Well, what if they had craft that were based on gravitics, and then when you realize that when you manipulate space, you also manipulate time, because there's a space-time continuum and they're intrinsically linked. So if they started using these anti-gravitic machines to travel, then they could figure out real quickly, because they have ASI, right, artificial superintelligence, they would know so much about the universe and physics and how everything works. They could easily traverse time in these time machines, because that's what these anti-gravitic machines are, is time machines. And then they could hop around timelines the way that we pause, rewind, and fast forward movies, right? It wouldn't be a problem for them. And maybe they're coming back here to kind of mess with us because, I don't know, maybe they're trying to infuse the soul into their soulless vessel. Maybe they're trying to improve on their genetics. Maybe, I don't know, but it seems like they can just hop around at will because they know how to manipulate space-time, you know, because maybe they're infused with artificial superintelligence. So does a gray look the way it looks? Because it designed itself, you know, and it's kind of a fusion between humans.
Have you guys seen Westworld?
You know, robotics. I don't know, but that actually makes a lot of sense, right?
Seriously.
So anyways, let me know what you guys think about that. Have a beautiful day. Peace.
Peace.
Here's why you have never seen a frozen flood
Oh
before,
my
and why we
Lord,
saw it
what?
happen this week in Detroit.
Have you guys? Oh my God, my heart just stopped and skipped a few beats. What? Have you guys seen this in Michigan? Are you from Michigan? If you are you okay? But what? We've seen flooding and stuff like this, like frozen floods. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I hope everybody's okay. This is not okay. Oh my gosh. Look at that!
Eerie videos posted online show entire neighborhoods in southwest Detroit completely frozen over. Cars were trapped under thick layers of ice with some frozen solid inside and out. And in some homes, basements were buried under 5 feet of frozen floodwater. So how the hell did this happen? Because normally floods don't freeze, because for it to rain, air temperatures need to be above freezing. Otherwise, it would just be snow. And if it's warm enough to flood, then it's usually too warm for the water to freeze immediately. And luckily, Detroit didn't break any laws of nature, because these floods happened without a single drop of rain. At 2 a.m. on Monday, a 54-inch water main from the 1930s ruptured, sending torrents of water onto the streets.
No, that
because
makes
the temperatures
sense.
were around minus 17 degrees Celsius. The water rapidly froze, leaving us with some of the strangest scenes.
See, that's what I was wondering, like, how could it rain that much and then freeze? But it didn't rain. It was already freezing. It was a pipe breakage.
We've seen in a while. Here's why you have never seen a frozen flood before, and why we saw it happen.
I think it's really wild to see the remnants of it. Like when you go down into Sardinia, for instance, during the winter solstice, they have this practice and this festival with the Mathones. And if you look at that, during the winter solstice, the men take black goat's fur and they cover themselves from head to toe. And then they take a hand-carved wooden mask and put it on their face. And then they strap hundreds of different copper bells all on their back, and they dance through the streets ringing these bells. And it's the wild man. It's I think the archaic lost memory of these people and their practices. And also during this time, I mean, they chased the women. And
so at first, like, they're showing this right here. This is actually, like, over in Germany and places like this. This is Krampus parades. Krampus and Saint Nick, their brothers or buddies or whatever. Krampus is first. He starts his stuff first. And then Saint Nick. And then, you know, Krampus or Krampus, whatever the crack you want to call him, takes the bad kids. Saint Nick treats the good kids. In a way, they keep showing
and they try to have their way with the women.
Oh, didgeridoo! I've wanted to play that since I was like 10 years old. I'll have to do that some other time. I like how they have like the cartoonish thing going on, but I want to see it actually happen, which I have before, but on TV, not personally. Maybe someday.
Is the prophecy of the last pope unfolding in front of us right now?
I'm trying to remember, is this last pope the one that was very humiliative? Like, instead of living in this huge assembly, this huge place that he could have, he lived in a little small room. He didn't have a lot of things that he kept with him, like physical goods. I'm trying to think of the name, but I'm sick, so it's hard for me. Like, my brain farts are more active than usual. Material goods. He didn't have a lot of material goods. He stayed in a small place. He didn't stay in a big place. He was very humiliative, or I don't know, I can't think of the other word. Anyways, Mia's asking if I'm still on. Yar. Sorry, gotta let her know. 20 more minutes. For Spreaker. Oh, man. My fingers are so fat, like... Might mean she's coming in. Anyways, my train of thought, I can't remember. Let's go.
Let me explain what's going on, and we can decide for ourselves. So Pope Francis is sick, very sick. It was reported last week that he had pneumonia in both lungs, and now they're saying he's in critical condition because of this respiratory illness.
Okay, that's where I was going. Sorry. Getting back to what I was thinking. Okay, so I was like, this guy is cool. Like, this guy is different than other popes I've ever known. And then he did that portal opening thing. I'm like, is this the same guy? And I've seen the videos where they're putting on like those crazy masks and stuff like that. But now he's dying from pneumonia. So yeah, I'm very intrigued to see what's going on with that. Like, he just recently opened the portals. Now he's really, really sick. And for once, he opened portals in prisons instead of the general place.
But even if worse comes to worse for Pope Francis, what does this have to do with a last Pope prophecy? Well, that prophecy was discovered in the year 1590 or so by a monk. In it, all the popes in history are described, right up to Pope Francis himself, who is listed as the last one. Now, I don't think they describe the popes by name, but by number, how many there have been, and Pope Francis would be the last in the line of popes. If the prophecy is correct, that is. So with the Pope getting sick, I looked into this a little bit, and I want to tell you, at best, it's kind of vague. Kind of like the Mayan 2012 calendar. Even though there's an end date, everything kept going on. Only time will tell if it's the same way with the Vatican and the Catholic Church. Now, I don't know what to think about this, if the Pope does pass away or not. But for myself, personally, I don't think it's the end of the Catholic Church by any means.
No.
But I'd like to know if you've ever heard of this prophecy and what you think about it. Let me know in the comment section, Booshkies. Shabadoo is the...
I captured an amazing EVP at this site, and I'll show you that at the end. But first, to give you a little context of this location, this is the historic Nike missile site number HM69. The Homestead Miami Defense Area was established as a result of the Cuban Missile Crisis. And this particular site was the last fixed air defense missile system to remain in operation in the continental United States. Now, this site is not allegedly haunted, but finding multiple abandoned and dumped cars in this retention pond can make you think otherwise. Combined with this site setting in the Everglades where there have been human remains found, it could possibly be something going on.
Wow.
At each launch site, there is also an attached bunker, and that's what we're into right now.
This is in
I
Florida?
would not recommend going
Oh, yeah, the
into these
Everglades.
bunkers without something covering your face, because there are signs posted that they could be filled with asbestos.
Gotta be
Now,
a Zach
I've always
Baggins.
said that I can feel when energy shifts, and inside these bunkers, the energy was very heavy. So I decided to do an EVP session, and this is what I captured.
Why is it quiet all of a sudden? Hello? Could have been an orb, could have been a dust thing, but why is there just one? Oh my goodness. Quiet.
I captured an amazing EVP.
This channel has been running a buzz because we dare to suggest that the dating methods of scientists regarding dinosaurs and whatnot is off. More specifically to carbon dating. What some scientists did is they sent in anonymously, meaning they didn't tell them what it was, hadrosaur vertebrae and bones. Here's some hadrosaur skin. And they had it carbon dated. Now, here's what everyone is saying on the comments section. You can read it. They say you can't carbon date dinosaur bones. There is no carbon in them because they're 66 million plus years old. Well, these were creationists that sent this in. Their hypothesis is that dinosaurs are not that old, that they are no more than 4,500 years old. This report...
Okay. And they're also saying humans can't be around for that long. When in fact we have been here for millions, if not billions of years, so...
report was very telling.
I love science, but...
they did find carbon in these hadrosaur bones, and they came in at...
See, I'm telling you.
Yeah, 20
I
to
love you, science, but...
34,000 years old. Now, granted, that's not 6,000 years old like the creationist timeline is. However, that's a far cry from 66 million years ago. The conclusion is this: either carbon dating is way off and cannot be trusted at all, or these bones are no more than 20 to 34,000 years old.
Brings me back to a fact that I've been saying forever. Look at the Mayan pyramids. Look at all these other places where they have Stegosauruses and Triceratops and different... Oh my gosh, so many different dinosaurs on there. They're like, oh no, there's no possible way that dinosaurs and humans coexisted. Excuse me? We did. Thoroughly. It was epic.
The creation model makes more
There's
sense.
tracks to prove it.
You may not like it, you may not have heard about it, but look into it because it helps reconcile this information that we're receiving today. Thank you.
Thank you.
This channel has been
absolutely wild, guys. Wait until, seriously, initially there's this big massive glowing orb above the Earth that we see, but honestly there's some really weird stuff when it zooms in. Near the end of this footage, guys, there's some really weird stuff flying around. So this is footage that apparently is leaked from the ISS space station of some really strange things caught in Earth's atmosphere. That thing could be some sort of alien ship. I'd say it's too small for mother ships, but we have no idea about how far away it is. So it could be huge, just very far away. Look at these things. These things look flicking really weird. What is that? That looks almost demonic.
Camera. Look at those.
What is going on, honestly, guys? We are being watched. There is some weird stuff floating around, and keep an eye on our planet, I'm telling you. Look at that. What are these things? Has anyone got any idea what this is, guys? Look at that. This is incredible footage from, apparently leaked from the International Space Station. What are these things?
Yeah.
We've got some
And you know they're hiding shit from us all the time, but there's been so much evidence from not only me, but other people of this shape of aircraft or spacecraft or whatever you want to call it.
looking things. We've got something that almost looks like
a bunch of
a V. A V for Vendetta super spaceship hanging around in the atmosphere.
It's changing shape. It's changing shape.
Incredible. That is not a satellite.
It's a morpher. It's a morpher.
Definitely not a satellite. Anyone got any idea
it's a
what
morpher.
that could be?
That's what I named it.
It's definitely not a satellite. What is that? Is that another space station that we don't know about?
If that's a satellite, it's the strangest one I've ever saw.
Possibly even that they keep pretty quiet. Maybe that footage that I showed of all the weird cities on the moon as well yesterday. I posted a video with loads of interesting structures that apparently leaked footage from the Apollo 11 moon landing, which shows amazing footage of weird, old, ancient structures and what look like quite modern potential cities, which could be our own military.
Hi, it's me again, interrupting this whole thing. So remember when the drones were happening on the East Coast? And there was also orbs, and then there was orbs turning into drones. Like, they can shapeshift, they can be whatever shape they want to be. Yeah, it's mind-blowing, it's trippy, what is happening right now is the weirdest thing ever. Listen, All right. All right, let's get back to it. My son's coming in to hang out with us. Here we go. Wait, what happened?
Bases up there for all we know.
These things are
Why is
changing.
that? That looks almost... I don't know, it looks angelic.
Towards an open box, sort of. Yeah, but it's been changing shape this whole time.
What? Absolutely wild, guys. Wait until... Seriously.
What are they actually spraying in our sky?
Watch this. On a regular basis, these long white trails that do not dissipate, they actually form artificial clouds and block the sun, is an expressed goal of geoengineers.
The contrails, not the chemical, the contrails occur because of cold air, minus 30. It takes high altitude, around 30,000 feet plus. There's carbon dioxide and water vapor in that exhaust. That turns to ice crystals, and that's what you see, the white stream behind it. Those white crystals.
And also, I don't know if you guys have seen, but there's been pilots that are like, as they're flying, yes, you have autopilot. Then they'll go back and they'll shoot out the window and they'll be like, oh, here goes. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't even know how many they have, but they're saying as it goes off what it is. Freaking weird. They're seeing the skies.
Of ice warm up, dissolve, and the smoke goes away. And it never lasts more than a minute. What we're seeing now, and I first could not believe it, and I started looking at the skies, and these are not normal. They're not natural.
I'm here to give you testimony that chemtrails are indeed real. They're spraying almost every day. I watch the clouds and watch the spraying program going on. I want to tell you that we're in very great danger.
What else?
There's one that I was going to take a picture of the other day that was like swing, 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 like they're covering the whole perimeter. Yeah, guys.
Last night I made a video saying that I found what was this alleged photo that was on 4. Last night I made a video saying that I...
So if you guys don't remember, we just saw this a minute ago. Hoping we can get through this before the end of the Spreaker portion. But let's see.
Found what was this alleged photo that was on 4chan that shut the whole 4chan website down. And when I posted it, UFOs around the world said, that's not it, dude. Okay. It's literally the same picture I shared in this video, and it's a fake recreation. No, it's not. So this is the photo that I shared last night. Let me show you the one that you shared. This is the one that you were saying was based off of the original. There's a cactus in the background. This is completely CGI. In fact, I'll show you where you got this photo. This photo came.
If you're wondering if the first one was CGI, no, this one is. The other one was just having interference. That's why there was that block. That's what happens when you have interference. It's like blockaded. Block. Back.
This is the CGI or AI art that you got your image from, which is completely different than the one that I got. So take a look at this. This is what you used. Basically just had this blurred out version that has the blurred out squares, but your original photo looks like this. So you took a CGI photo and then you posted the blurry one. This is the fake one. And this looks completely different than the one that I posted, which is this one. So I don't know how you can't tell the difference and why you're saying that the one that I posted is the same as the one you posted, because this, not the same thing. This photo right here is this photo, which came from the fake digital creation of this one. And you took this picture that has the blurry CGI image and you used it in your video. I didn't use the fake CGI one. I went and found what might be the real one. I don't know, maybe it's not the original, maybe it's not the real one from 4chan, but I don't think you were there either, man. You didn't see it, and this is not the same photo. So I don't know how you can't tell the difference. Okay, one more time, just so you can tell the difference. There's your image. This is the one that you used, and the original of the obviously fake one. And this is the one that I shared. Last night I made a video saying that I found what was this.
I had a video sent in by my dad about a news channel called 5 ABC News reporting on some crazy UFO activity. Let's watch this together because it is mega, mate. And boy, big up to Dad, by the way. Top lad.
And something's moving
in erratic ways. It's in the shape of a jelly bean, but the interior
Look at that thing move around in the air, mate.
plasma. It was just going like this, you know.
Chris Frederick has been a teacher for over 2 decades, and he currently works for a metro area school district. He showed us this video from January 25th. He's in his driveway off Northwest 21st in the Gatewood district. He said it all started that night when his wife wanted to go to Brahms, so they walked out to their car. But after a few minutes, neighbors were calling each other.
He started calling neighbors, and before long we were all standing out in the street and had our phones out.
Chris has been a drone pilot for about 10 years. He started working with them when he and his wife were realtors in Ardmore several years ago. He fired it up.
It's quite a common thing
and attempted
with drones.
to fly his drone to get
people
a better
trying to get
look
close
at
to
the object.
sightings and
the sky
they
at
kind of
night,
mess
you
up.
have to have aviation lights or it's not legal.
But strange things started happening.
Mate, multiple photos.
My controller talks to me and
look at that, bro. It's a diamond, bro.
Magnetic
It's got a spotlight on it.
He calibrated a few times.
Look at it,
got
mate.
it in the air and took these pictures of the object, which he estimates is around 1,500 feet off the ground. His drone was at about 400 feet when he took the pictures.
It concerns me that something was up there at night at that altitude that could have been a hazard.
He said his video function wouldn't work, which was odd. And there was something else. Only about 4 minutes and 18 seconds of flight time.
It had a fresh battery in it. It has a 35-minute flight live.
Love you, Spreaker peeps.
And as soon as I took those
tomorrow
three
night, we got story time.
My controller said a low battery return to home.
Chris and his wife kept seeing that object for about...
Mate, I'll leave a link down below to the full sort of thing of this whole entire ordeal. It is absolutely incredible. Look at the state of this object, bruv. Look at it, mate.
Yeah.
Absolute diamond-shaped thing. Like, what is this? And this is quite a frequent reported object that people do see, whether they start off like car-sized or if they're like freaking minibus size or go even larger, mate. Like, there's so many different reports of these strange like objects, and it's got a type of like friggin' spotlight in the front of it, you know? And does this kind of go into the fact that we're seeing all these drone activities flying around where we have like mimic UAP pretending to be aircraft in nature that turn out not to be aircraft in nature that have been reported all the way back into as early as the 1800s where there's like blimps and stuff.
Flying that way, but they're like, it's flying this way. Doesn't make sense.
Again, World War II as well, where there was like these planes that pulled up and had no insignias on them that looked like aircraft but didn't emit any sort of extra noise or anything, and then they vanished. Like, oh man, I don't know. And do you know what? Big up to news channels, bro. We need to keep praising, even if it's local news channels and small channels. We need to tell them.
We need to tell them, make sure you go to Interstellar Discussion. Subscribe, like. He's got so much good ish on there. That's insane.
Good freaking job, man, because you guys are the ones that are going to keep pushing this into the limelight. And the more praise we give, the more of these things that will be reported on. So, yeah. Man, amazing. You guys don't know what you think. I had a video.
What, guys? That's a little loud. Yeah, he's always really loud. So you can put your little thing right in here if you want to. But yeah, so that's good night for Spreaker, but I was going to come back for a little bit because Mia's going to come on. She's been working tonight. So I got songs just so I can make a head break, make a bathroom break. Thanks, Floyd, for coming in.
I'll show you a video after this, so.
Right, well, I have to be after this, so if you don't mind.
I'll set it up on my PC.
Alright. Oh snap, I gotta go back to the record part. Alright, so we got Griff with Best Life, Let Freedom Ring, and Zoo. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this music break.
I'm gonna live my best life. Don't care if my head ain't right. I'm gonna live my best life. Don't care if my head ain't right. I'm gonna live my best life. Don't care if my head ain't right. Do you and live your best life. Don't care if my head ain't right. Where you from? Who you with? Are you unplugged? Are you equipped? I do my thing, stay legit. In this world, no one's innocent. VIP, get bottles. One snap of my fingertips. See these haters like blah blah blah, blah 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 blah, talking gibberish. I'm gonna live my best life. Don't care if my head ain't right. I'm gonna live my best life. Don't care if my head ain't right. I'm gonna live my best life. Don't care if my head ain't right. Do you and live your best life? Don't care if my head ain't right. Rolling and rolling and rolling SUV. Rolling and rolling and rolling with my homies. Rolling and rolling and rolling SUV. Rolling and rolling and rolling with my homies. I'm going to live my best life. Don't care if my head ain't right. I'm going to live my best life. Do you live your best life? Do you live your best life? Do you live your best life? I'm going to live my best life. Don't care if my head ain't right. I'm going to live my best life. Do you live your best life? Do you live your best life? Do you live your best life? I'm gonna live my best life. Don't care if my head ain't right. I'm gonna live my best life. Don't care if my head ain't right. I'm gonna live my best life. Don't care if my head ain't right. Do you and live your best life? Don't care if my head ain't right. Okay, yo, here's the scoop. You can still be a slave, you're whipped and looped, that's the truth. Got big houses, nice cars, that's real cute, but it doesn't mean nothing, you ain't free to choose. When I say free to choose, no alarm clock, don't gotta hit the snooze. The world is backwards, I'm so confused. They say freedom of speech, but when you speak your mind, they blow a fuse. Just being honest, common sense and common, it's kind of ironic. My freedom, recently bought it, now I'm a target. If I do the wrong thing or say the wrong thing, come on man, let freedom ring. Yeah. United States become divided states. The world is filled with all kinds of shades, and still resegregate. Parents separate from the children, that's not okay. We should be free to laugh and play. Do it now, before you pass away. Fight for what's right, enough for everybody to get a piece of the pie. Brainwash, social media, full of lies. Go to work, pay bills, then you die. Need a breakaway, guns, get rid of the AKs. Our ancestors paved way since the slave days, but we still hurting. Carry that burden, stop playing victim, beat the system. Love is love, it should be shown. Can't grow unless you leave your comfort zone. This I know, I learned all this from the mentorship. Kids don't know what independent is. Take advantage what your parents did. Go against the grid, you have to. Like going to the bathroom, learn the right songs. Cause of Matthew, liberty like statue. They call now the present, cause it's a gift. It should be cherished, last name fearless, not Harris. All thanks to my parents' parents. Now, love the last name every time that I hear it, cause I know what it represents. Climb the fence, so now I got freedom. Such a beautiful thing. Freedom. Such a wonderful thing. Freedom. Such a beautiful thing. Freedom. Such a wonderful thing. Know that you're man, but you can't read. Know that you're man, but you can't read. Know that you're man, but you can't leave. You can't leave. You're right where you wanna be. That is right, here with me. You're right where you wanna be. Right with me. You can be anything you want. If that's what you really want. You can be anything you want. All I want you to do right now is leave. Leave it soon. All I wanna do. All I want you to do right now is leave. Leave it soon. For good, I'm wasting time. Not trying to lose my mind. Know that I am wasting time. Not trying to lose my mind. If you want to get left behind in this rat race, go back to my place where I know it's safe. And lock myself in my room. Won't watch the news, cause it is so confused. What can I do?
Sent in by my dad about a news channel called
All I want you to do right now is leave. Leave it soon. All I wanna do. All I want you to do right now is leave. Leave it soon. For good. Okay. She was a Loompa Loompa, now her body's super duper. Getting a lot of attention she was never used to. Hitting me up like I was Uber. Got a few miles, so I guess she's a cougar. Be a winner, never seen her with a loser. Gorilla talk, ooga booga booga. Scuba, tuba, diver, I'm a rider. Getting cider, sweet like cider. Fighter, fighter, rider. Neither wants to get it going. Know it, hold it. Fold it, blow it, wait, I'm joking. Cages broken from these beasts. From down east, on the streets, it's a zoo. All I want you to do right now is leave. Leave it soon. All I wanna do. All I want you to do right now is leave. Leave it soon for good.
Welcome back, and thanks so much for hanging out tonight on We Are Paradox Media's Late Night in the Rockies. We're going into overtime. That's because my girl, my best friend, I miss her so much, Miss Mia Savage, she's going to come on here right now. So, hey, Mia, what's going on?
Not too much, just a little bit of an echo.
Oh, shit. Okay, let me look in the settings really quick.
Work your magic.
Is it working?
It's good. We're good.
Yeah, good. Nice. All right, so tonight we've just been doing TikToks and stuff, but have you experienced like anything weird, paranormal, alien, UFO, or anything recently?
There's a lot going on right now. I've recently gone pretty heavy into like the GATE program and all of its glory, and so that's kind of been my thing. And so I did like a little meditation before I fell asleep, kind of trying to figure out, like, because everyone who went through that's the gifted and talented program for kids, and I remember doing it, and so does everyone else, but also we don't remember it, right? So it's like thousands of people who've gotten together through like TikToks and stuff, and like everyone kind of every time people like explain a memory from the program, then another program, another memory, and then everyone's kind of feeding off of each other to gain our memories back as like what the heck that was, right? And a lot of people are saying it's like to test like psychic abilities in children. It was like a government program for all of this different stuff, or there's a million different like theories as to what it would be, or it could just be like, but there was things that just didn't make sense as far as like what they were testing people for, right? So if it's supposed to be like
Yeah, for me, they were saying
testing
it's like
for
a hearing test.
well, there was a hearing
And
test was part of it. Some of it was
Mhm.
flashcards where you had to predict what the next flashcard would be. There was weird like meditation things. There was weird games. There was like random information. One girl said that like she actually had the papers from when she did it, and it like looking at them kind of sparked like a bunch of people's memories. And so like there was a lot about whales, and I'm like, wait,
Mhm.
there's like aliens in our oceans. I wonder if it has something to do. There's a whole thing with that, but anywho, so I just like was meditating, and I was kind of thinking like, I wonder if I could like in my sleep gain some memories back, right?
Mhm.
And I had after my meditation, I do believe I was asleep, but I went straight into it. Like I was a kid, I was being tested, I was looking at these like screens, like old school computer screens. It was like I was there and they like did a hypnosis on me in my like vision, right? And so it's like they did a hypnosis and it was like basically it's like some MK Ultra stuff. Like they were showing me like images on the screen of like certain things and something went haywire though, like, I had woken up in the middle of it in my dream. My dream, I had woken
Yeah.
up in the middle of this, like, programming, like, hypnosis thing, and so they had to cut it short with me in my dream, and, um, like, as I had woken up, and then they tried to, like, backpedal on it, and, um, I just remember waking up and, like, hearing somebody say what did they say to me? They said, um, uh, "Just remember to forget."
Yes.
Dude, I woke up and I heard, "Just remember to forget."
Like, wait a minute. I don't remember. What?
Like,
It
I
sounds so
woke up
confusing.
and it was so real, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?" Excuse my French. And so,
Oh, it's
like, I'm
okay.
wondering if that was, like, an actual memory or if it was just, like, something completely else or, like, some weird interdimensional thing. But, like, I woke up
You know
hearing that.
continue, please. Yeah, well, I saw this video and it awakened so much stuff inside me. I was like, what the crack? So I had Chris on, I believe it was last weekend. And it might have been the weekend before. I don't know. Time flies for me. But we didn't have any callers or anything. But I'm like, dude, you got to check this out. And once I saw this video and I heard this recording, and it was a hearing test, because I remember not everybody went for this, but I did. And I remember hearing this voice. And when it started saying what it did, I was like, oh my gosh. It brought everything back. It's like, I don't know, like it's not just a hearing test, it's so many different things. Like you said, a seeing test too, like your vision, your hearing, what activates you? Is it your hearing? Is it your seeing? Is it all of the above?
I think
But
that
I put
the
it
government agencies possibly like I don't know if this is correct, but um, if 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 an agency is trying to test to see if you're going to be like a good soldier or something like that in the future, or trying to program you, which I think we're all programmed to a degree, even as adults, they can always use the shield of saying this is a hearing test, this is like a vision
Mhm.
test, or this is like a cognitive uh test of some kind, and nobody's going to question it, and you're a kid and there's no witnesses, and these people are coming from, I don't know, there's just all of these things. But I do think just in
I was like,
general,
for me, like,
we've all been
until I
programmed
heard that,
to
I
be good
remember being
workers.
taken for, yeah, I remember being taken for a hearing test, and that's all I remembered. And then I heard that recording because this guy's like, "Do you remember this? Blah blah blah. This is part of the MK Ultra thing or whatever." And once I heard it and what it said, I was just like, things came rushing back. It was so weird for me. And then I showed it to Chris and his clan, and they all were like mind blown. This is crazy. Like, you forget until you hear it again. Or, like you said, with
Exactly.
the visual test, you see it again, then it all comes flooding back. So I'm like, I have to share this with you. And the one I shared at first was not the one, but the second one, I was like, this is it. This is the one I saw.
There's
Yeah, he
no
was
way that this
intense.
many thousands of people who all remember this program, but also have huge gaps of memory loss in their childhoods,
Mhm.
possibly related to that. I think it was some sort of like a programming type of thing, right? And
Mhm.
like it just makes more sense than it doesn't make sense, right? So it sounds absolutely crazy to like anyone who's like listening to that. And it's not to say any one of us was like special or anything. It was just like a programming. Why would they, if they have the ability and to get people to do what is most beneficial to, I don't know, our society and our government, then why would they not do that? And when you are, it just makes more sense than it doesn't make sense.
Well,
Even
to me, it's
just,
like, how do they know that we are the ones to be tested? And it's just like with, my kids. The teachers will keep track and they'll be like, oh, this one seems especially gifted. And so they won't draw everybody out, but they'll draw certain people out. And that's how it happens. And
well,
Lily recently, so at least like 2 to 3 months ago, was like, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. It's overwhelming, yada yada. I'm like, repeatedly asking her, "Are you sure you don't want to do this anymore? Because if you don't want to do it anymore, I'll let it go." With Nova, they said she's going to be in the special classes, and I'm like, my kid ain't retarded. Well, that's not what it meant. It meant like the way she learned, the way she did things was special. It was different than everybody else, and I think it's genetic from, I would say, my side of the family because I was a special.
100%, I think it's genetic, and it could have to do with your relatives. It could have to do with, they did studies on people with central heterochromia, right, in their eyes, their eye color. They did it on gypsies, which my family came from gypsies on my mom's side, right? Or like
Mhm.
that part of the, Bohemia or whatever. And so, I had family on like both ends of like World War II, like the German and also like the Slavic, right? Or the Czech.
Mhm.
And so, so they were really big into like genetics, like during that time. And that's where a lot of our government programs came from, was, the, the World War II scientists here even. Um,
Yeah.
so they did a lot of like certain eye colors and things. They were insane about that, right? So what if it's like, what if it has to do with that, like just certain like genetic lines? It could even just be that, because there's, I don't know, like, but specifically, like I
Well, like you
read,
said, like with eye color and different things like that can be signs.
yeah, yeah, like, and the multi eye color thing that
Mhm.
the heterochromia or whatever,
Like my eyes change
they
colors all the time depending on
they
where
they
I'm at
say
or
that
what I'm
that's like,
wearing.
they were testing people that had that like for like psychic abilities and stuff. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, I didn't even know I had it till I think I was like 13. Between 13 and 14, my dad started coming around again because after my mom died, he sent us to our grandparents and abandoned us. And then my aunt came and got me. So my aunt and uncle were raising us. And then he'd come and visit sometimes. And he was looking across the
It's
car at me.
2222 on 222.
Make a wish.
My birthday wish. Let's see. Okay. Wish
Is it
made.
your birthday?
Unfortunately.
Happy birthday! Happy trip around the sun.
Thanks, darling. I'm not a huge birthday fan, especially this year. It really sucks because I've had to work and even cover shifts. It's been crap. Like spending it alone. I'm gonna go do I need trees. I'm gonna go see trees.
Man,
It's
if I had some
fun.
money, I'd go down there and we'd do something. We'd have some sort of fun.
Just
Because
party every
I
day like it's
appreciate
your
you being
birthday.
here. So
Like this song, like the song,
exactly.
the Go Shorty.
It's your birthday. Yeah. Go shorty. It's your
That's a
birthday.
different song. I'm so
Like it's your
tired.
birthday.
I worked 12 hours today, so I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, I've been working and been sick and having to carry this household, so it's been freaking crazy. But no, still, I'm grateful you're here. I'm grateful for your the trip around the sun. And you're not the only friend I've ever had that's like, I'm not big on birthdays. Like my friend Dennis and other people that aren't here anymore were like, it's just another day, just another day around the sun. But I appreciate
Totally.
it because I appreciate you as a person. So me, especially, even
I
though it's not for
appreciate
you.
you too. I very much appreciate you, and I very much appreciate you inviting me tonight, even though I'm completely fried.
Well, like I said, I have some TikToks available if you want to check out some TikToks. They've been pretty
Let's
mind
do.
blowing, and yeah, I used to like just look them up and put them in file, but now I'm like who I follow and what's coming up, and it's been pretty interesting. So you want to do that?
Yeah, let's do.
Well, let's do it. Let me know if you can't hear it, and I'll fix the sound. Okay. Can you hear it?
I cannot.
Okay. Let me go back here. Fix the sound real quick. 'Cause, yeah, I think that happened to us last time. I think. Oh no. I'm gonna get rid of echo cancellation and do the sound thing, but I'll let you do one or another, but hopefully this will help. Not to echo, and then I'll have to just go back and forth. I don't know. We'll see what happens. All right. Let me know if you hear it now.
7 civilians, and they were going to train them to be astronauts in 3 weeks, and then they were going to send them to space.
Whoa.
What they
Can you hear it now?
didn't know is that it was all a prank.
Oh my gosh,
But
that's
they,
awesome.
They did actual auditions, all on camera, making them do the most ridiculous things like skin white suits and doing like yoga poses and stuff like because they're making episodes out of. 3 weeks goes by, they're doing like physical tests, written tests, all these things, and then they get prepped and they go inside this shuttle. They're up there for 5 days. They've got screens that are showing their travel.
Oh my gosh.
They're all looking at it. There's even a point where they say they're in front of the planet Uranus, and they have to do a pledge, and they literally say, "I stand before Uranus."
Oh
no! They're just making content and stuff, and then on their 5th day, they prep them for this like one spacewalk, and then when they open up the door, they walk out, and it's a live studio audience.
Jeez, dude.
My gosh. Everyone's completely shocked. Some people are laughing, some people are angry. It's like I just couldn't believe they pulled that off. I think that's I don't know
That's
why.
amazing.
I don't know why we don't do fake reality shows more. It's so
That's
entertaining.
awesome.
Ethics, maybe.
Apparently, there.
Surf's Up is
Okay, so were you able to hear that?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, we'll continue. Did you have anything to say about that? Like, for me, it's like, I used to believe in the moon landing, but then the more I see, the less I believe. And, I don't know, to me, it's just
an
really
animated
very weird.
documentary that follows a group of penguins as they compete in the big.
Yeah.
Sorry. I just hit my earbud and it made it start again, but...
Penguins.
Penguins!
Big Z Memorial Surf-Off. When it came out, it was lauded by critics and is widely regarded throughout my house as being the finest movie in existence. However, it only holds a 79% on Rotten Tomatoes because there were 31 critics who went into this film with hate in their hearts and doo-doo in their souls.
You take something I love from me, you could damn well bet I'm going to take something you love from you.
So I have personally written a letter to all 31 of these critics to let them know that they are wrong and they should feel.
Electrostatics gave the exact result that gravity was predicted to give
so smart.
in atomic clocks. With time dilation, atomic clocks prove time dilation, which then would prove Einstein's theory of general relativity, right? That silly theory of the bending and warping of space-time was supposedly solidified through this experiment that was conducted using these cesium atomic clocks. First, what is an atomic clock exactly?
Atomic clocks use the resonance frequencies of atoms as their resonator. This happens when atoms absorb or emit microwave electromagnetic radiation during a quantum transition, resulting in an energy change. One of the primary advantages of using atoms as a resonator is their extreme consistency in resonance frequency. For instance, every cesium-133 atom resonates at exactly 9,192,631,770 cycles per second.
So it's just a measurement of the vibration of atoms at different altitudes? Did I hear the word electromagnetic? So I had to do some research and I found electrostatic time dilation. What? Could there be a general relativistic explanation of the electrostatic time dilation? That's right. There might be a general relativistic theory of electromagnetism, which is very similar to that of gravitation. Which brings us the unified theory of gravitation and electromagnetism. Could there be an electrical equivalence principle from which the electrostatic time dilation ensues? The answer to this question is affirmative. Electrostatic experiments performed in an accelerated frame would produce identical results as electrostatic experiments with a single charge particle or particles to the same type performed in a uniform electric field. It is impossible to distinguish the fictitious inertial force from the real electrical force in a local region containing a single particle. For some reason, they mentioned a dome like twice in this entire article. Kind of like the dome on that Superman TV show I was watching when they were trying to find him on the world map. ChatGPT, what do you gather from this?
If electrostatic potential causes the same time dilation as gravitational potential, it suggests a deeper connection between electromagnetism and gravity. That could challenge the mainstream idea that they're separate forces and hint at a unified principle. Do you think this supports the idea that what we call gravity might actually be an electromagnetic phenomenon?
So back to the experiment that supposedly proved general relativity. So the idea was they took atomic clocks up on an airplane and left some on the ground. They circumnavigated once east and once west and tested the two clocks to see the difference in them. The flying eastward clock was a difference of 59 nanoseconds from the one on the ground. The westward clock was 273 nanoseconds difference from the one on the ground. Just to get an idea, for example, 59 nanoseconds is 59 billionths of a second, or 0.000000059 seconds. Of course, modern science throwing insane numbers at us once again. I just thought it was cool that electrostatics gave the exact result that gravity was predicted to give in atomic clocks. With time dilation, atomic clocks prove time dilation, which then would prove Einstein's theory of general relativity, right? That silly theory of the bending and warping of space-time was supposedly solidified through this experiment that was conducted using these cesium atomic clocks. First, what is an atomic clock exactly?
Atomic clocks use the resonance frequencies of atoms as their resonator. This happens when atoms absorb or emit microwave electromagnetic radiation during a quantum transition, resulting in an energy change. One of the primary advantages of using atoms as a resonator is their extreme consistency in resonance frequency. For instance, every cesium-133 atom resonates at exactly 9,192,631,770 cycles per second.
So it's just a measurement of the vibration of atoms at different altitudes? Did I hear the...
I don't know. This one's going on for a long time, though. We're just at the first third of it, so I think we'll move on.
A
the
rare
next
and
one, even though it's
mysterious
very
illness is
interesting.
currently sweeping through a city in India, leaving patients suddenly paralyzed and unable to control their body. With what began as a child struggling to hold their pencil in January, has now escalated into a full-scale medical emergency. Over 170 reported cases, dozens in intensive care, at least 5 suspected deaths, and even teams from the WHO arriving in Pune to investigate. But here's what makes this illness so terrifying. It has what's referred to as the Russian roulette effect. You see, the bacteria that can trigger the paralysis is everywhere. It's found in contaminated food and water, and most people consume it at some point in their life without even knowing. But for reasons that scientists still don't fully understand yet, only in a small percentage of cases, this bacteria can trigger Guillain-Barré syndrome, which causes the immune system to go rogue, shutting down your body piece by piece. For example, last month, a school teacher noticed that our 6-year-old son couldn't hold his pencil properly, and within days, his legs and arms stopped working. He lost the ability to swallow, speak, and eventually breathe, requiring ventilator support. At that stage, you can think of it like having sleep paralysis while being fully awake. Now, because there is no cure for GBS, early intervention is critical, and that's why authorities have now set up special hospital wards, launched mass water testing, and called in the WHO in efforts to contain the outbreak and prevent more lives being put at risk. As the situation develops, I'll keep you guys updated. A rare and
Well, that wasn't on my bingo card.
Me neither. And it just
like a zombie type disease outbreak before like being frozen in time.
Yeah.
And leaving your body.
It's very upsetting. And like, I don't know, even my past landlord, he's not my landlord anymore because he gave us our home. He was pissed off because I was talking about the COVID vaccination and how I didn't take it, and I'm glad I didn't, and ain't no way in hell I'm ever going to take it until they actually do the freaking studies. Take the time to do the studies. There's so much stuff out there like this, and it makes me sad. Are they targeting India because they have such a populace that maybe people won't notice unless somebody talks about it? So freaking sad. And I did not take a vaccination. I did not give my kids the COVID vaccination. I don't even know what this is. This is a totally... And I saw a little thing on my thing that said, new pandemic. I haven't looked at it yet. Is this it? Is this the new pandemic?
There's a few things, but I feel like the direction we're going right now that probably our current overseers are not going to promote a new pandemic. It's going to be something else. For instance, the plane stuff. I'm kind of echoing.
Oh shit, hold on, let me look what I got. Audio. Yep, okay. All right.
Okay, so the plane crashes. I can't tell us what the motive is, as far as why so many. It's like a lot of them are not reported, right? Or they are, but they're not. They're reported, but they're not reported like media wise, like
immediately,
like mainstream, like all the time and pushed, right? Why are they all being pushed? Also, a lot of the plane crashes that are being like pushed onto the media right now are I just don't know what the agenda is, basically, right? Okay, so I do know about the Boeing stuff, right? Obviously, the CEO is a greedy bastard and cut a bunch of stuff, and obviously, that
poor
there's
guy that was
that.
coming out got killed.
But
I believe
most
he
of
didn't
these are
kill
not
himself.
Boeing.
Somebody else did it to him.
But these
No,
are
these
not.
are different.
These are different, and there's a lot of smaller aircraft, and the smaller aircraft are analog. Like the single engines, they're analog. There's a lot of small plane crashes around here. Is there just a lot, and now they're able to publish them because it's it's more like a marketing thing. People, it's a hit. It's trending, right? So maybe it's the same amount as we always have, but now it's trending, so now they're covering it more. Or some people are saying because of the pole shift, Like the single engine ones, they're all like old school analog. They're like gyroscopes, and maybe the pole shift is throwing that off, even though you reset it in flight. But like I'm wondering, could it be that, or could it be something else, something more sinister, something, or is it a distraction, or is it also, it could be trying to get people not to travel, trying to make people, which I do believe is kind of true. Like I feel like they're trying to make people afraid of traveling. They don't want people traveling because possibly, I think possibly we might be under attack a little bit by some foreign, or maybe not even foreign, but there's some shit going down.
Otherworldly.
There's some shit going
Yeah.
down.
There's,
And I'm
there's
trying to
the
figure out what it
drones,
was.
there's the orbs and all that stuff off the East Coast, and they're like, nothing to see here. Everybody just go back to what you're doing. But the airports, all kinds of things around that area had to stop flights, had to stop this, had to stop that. If it were the government, they would have gone out and been like, okay, you need to shut this down because we're going to do this and this and that and that. But instead, there's just drones floating out there for fucking days in airspace where they're just like, we can't fly safely. And then they're saying it could be China or it could be East. How many things did we leave out there? They're saying it could be China, all this other stuff with the drones. And I saw a thing with a military guy that's saying, don't worry about the drones are us. Worry about the orbs. Because those are the things we need to worry about. Well,
But
why
then
would
again, I saw an old article talking about the freaking Navy using plasma balls, like creating them from like 2018 or 2012 or something. Don't quote me on that. So the plasma balls could be us too. Like I don't know. And then we get into what is it? Project Bluebeam. So it could all just be another deal with that. And now we got Elon to worry about, which I liked him at first, but now I'm convinced that I don't really know. I'm neutral on him right now, just because now he's like, he's SpaceX guy, so who even knows? At the same time, it has to be kind of fun to be SpaceX guy. Like, imagine. We're all hoping he uses his powers for good and not evil in this particular situation.
Well, remember when he's like, I'm Black MAGA.
Yeah.
Does that mean you're Dark MAGA? What does that mean?
Are you super villain, or do you actually give a shit? Or are you just trying to do this for financial, gain for your buddies? We don't know.
Well, I think people hate it because they've been in power for so long. We've been fucked over for so long that,
We're literally slaves.
It's not been time. Yeah, we have been forever. And, like, even before people were talking about slavery, white people, Italian people, Irish people, black people, every color in the fucking book you could think of have been slaves. People of all these colors today were slaves.
We are food for the
the
vampires.
Africans, which is
We're
sad
food for the
that
vampires.
your other
slaves.
tribal
We are
members.
workers.
Yeah, they handed you over. They put you into slavery. That's very fucking sad. Fuck those guys. Let's go to war with them. But
I'm just gonna choose to be a really good slave, so at least I get fed, okay? And I have a roof
at
over
least
my
I feed
head.
myself good.
If I'm gonna be a slave, I may as well be one that's well cared for, ish. And that just means comply. That means comply. But
Oh no. Yeah, not me. I'm just like, I clean house, I do dishes, I make food, I work, come home, do the same shit all over again.
That's what I'm saying.
Where there's no time for me, for anybody. It's like, I'm a fucking slave. That's fucking awesome.
But then you have this. Then you have this. You have this particular outlet, and other people, it's other outlets.
Guess how much
now
shit I get
there's
for it.
community. Now there's community of other people
I get a
who
lot
have
of shit
woken
for
up.
this. Yeah, for real. But yeah, I get a lot of shit for this, and I'm like, I'm still gonna do this because This is the only time I have to myself. Otherwise, I'm a slave to the grind. I'm like, as soon as I get done working, been working here at home, and I go to sit by you to watch TV, you're like, good night. I'm like, wow, it was nice sitting next to you for 20 freaking minutes. It's so freaking irritating, and it is slavery. And our government has done it to us.
But
Not
I
just us,
mean,
but our government.
and everybody is like, oh, look at China, it's so nice. That's what they want you to see also, like these
Yep.
videos of like how nice
Propaganda.
it is in the cities and stuff. But
Mhm.
okay, so I can't say that any country, there are countries that I do believe are worse than the US, and there are countries that I do believe probably are better than the US in the ways that I view that from my perception. But all countries are pretty much the same, and it's the same like little percentile, and we are we're their worker bees, we're their slaves. We have to be of value, or we are worth more dead than alive, which is sad. um it's just it's the way it's always been, but it's been masked for so long that people kind of
Mhm.
lost sight of it. Like the middle class
Yeah, we
used
got
to
comfortable
rule
with it.
more in like the 90s and stuff. But even people
Mhm.
who are wealthy that I know are struggling right now, and it's kind of a joke and it's kind of ridiculous. The shit, it's hard right now for like a lot, like people that you would think would be doing well aren't. What I want to know is, because so many people that should be doing well are not doing well. What I want to know, because there's so many changes going on, is who is thriving right now. I want to know who is thriving right now. What industry is thriving right now? It's weird because
I
normally
think
it's
food,
like with politics
medical,
and stuff, it's basically a scale that goes from left to right, left to right, left to right, where this industry is thriving, then this industry is thriving, our military is thriving, or this is thriving. And right now, I'm not finding anyone in any industry really that's actually thriving. Like
right?
like the
We're all
Rothschilds own all
struggling.
of the medical um industries and stuff, and then we've got BlackRock, and then but people are all waking up to that stuff, and but nobody's really thriving. So maybe it's being balanced. We're about to have like the biggest wealth uh distribution in
BlackRock and those other
history.
places like that, if there's war happening, BlackRock and other people in that realm, they're super happy because they're like, oh yeah, things are going to be torn apart. We're going to come in and rebuild it. Oh no.
By the way, we're saying all this publicly, and I'm like, hopefully
I
nobody gets
live in
mad.
Wisconsin. I'm just kidding.
And like that's the other thing. We're literally being viewed all the time. There's nanotechnology where they can put a camera in like a gnat, right? And there's all of this stuff that's just like hidden. Now, the difference between that and like PPD, like paranoid personality disorder, there's people who are hyper vigilant or like autistic or maybe have like PTSD who are hyper vigilant, who know that they're being watched, but also are sane enough to know that they are not like special in any way, right? Then there's paranoid personality disorder where they think that they're the sole purpose of it. No, but we are being surveillanced 24/7 through satellites, through like
Everywhere.
cameras, and it's weird. But me being super, super just sensitive to everything, I just know that. And no, I don't think I'm in any way, nobody gives a crap. Let's say there's people, it's not about that. It's just the awareness of there's like absolutely zero privacy in this world now. And we're just like little tiny ant pawn slaves, like, and it's just, anyways, I'm tired, but
Me too. I'm
happy
sick.
birthday to
I'm
me.
sick and tired. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy
Oh,
birthday,
Marilyn.
dear Savage. Happy birthday to you.
That was so sultry. I love it. And I hate when I was a kid, I just wanted to just hide whenever we went to a restaurant if they told them to sing. Like I would literally pray to God and be like, just bring me my cake, please no one sing to me. But you did that so sultry, like I absolutely love it.
Man, you are my bestie, and I just needed to give it to you the way you need it.
Nice transatlantic accent there. See?
Thanks, Shay. No. And I can't control that shit. It just comes out when it does.
You just channel it. Channeling
And
Marilyn
then
right
Ver's
there.
like,
I love
why
it.
do you talk like that? Blah, blah, blah. He gets all irritated. I'm like, I don't even know what you're talking about. It just happens. Maybe it's my past lives colluding or something. I'm not quite sure.
Maybe you're a channel.
Yeah. But then when I look at my DNA and my 23andMe, I'm like, it makes a lot of sense.
I think
Mhm.
almost all humans are channels for good and evil. Not necessarily possession, not taking over your body, but I do believe when you're open and when certain chakras are open, you're able to channel information. People are mostly not aware of the fact that they do that. And the only difference is like I'm kind of aware that I do that, and that's scary, like to be aware that you do that. But I think
Well,
everyone
like when
does
I
that.
do it, I just feel comfortable like I'm at home. It's like this is natural to me. I know I saw something earlier where a chick had a wreck or something and she had a head injury, and all of a sudden she was speaking Irish brogue. And she was like, I think she was like Chinese or Japanese, I can't remember, but all of a sudden she's speaking Irish brogue and she's like, I don't know the eye. And it was like pretty interesting. I'm like, maybe it's your past life or something like that coming through. Like, why would
I think it's ancestors, honestly,
Oriental?
because that happens to me
Yeah.
a lot. Like I will channel people's I have and I have freaked people out, and it's very common occurrence where I channel like people's loved ones, or information downloads that are of their deceased relatives and relay it without even knowing the people or the deceased people. This happens very often with me, and I don't like it because it's not always nice things that come through, and it's I
Yeah.
don't know. It's kind of a burden, really.
It's like I can't help it what's coming through. But like once my kids started doing
Don't
things like that,
shoot
I'm
the
like,
messenger. Do not.
yeah.
Don't shoot the messenger.
I know that's what kept me from being like,
It ain't me, babe.
yeah, hey, I have a message for you. For a long time I didn't tell them because I'm like, they're not gonna believe me. They're not gonna believe me. They're not gonna listen to me. But then I started saying it generally after a drink or three. And I'd be like, have I got a message for you? And it says this. And they're like, oh, then they tell me their whole life story. But no, like, if you get that intuition, you get that message, share it. Because you need to share it for a reason, right? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Just don't have your
Definitely.
significant other next to you because they'll be like, all right, I'm going to check you into Betty Ford or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's so speaking of Betty Ford, um so as you know, they did that show, the ghost hunting show in the house here last year. Was it last year?
You know who it was?
No, that Hulu show, remember, like that they did at the house here in Arizona?
It was,
You referred them to me, or you referred me to them.
no, I think they got a hold of me and they're asking about you. Okay, I think I know who you're talking about
Is
now,
that
but
what
I can't
happened?
remember the name of them.
That's
Yeah, they
weird.
came to me and they're like, hey, we saw this and this and that, and we're wondering if you can refer us to. Yeah. I'm like, okay. And so I
That's
referred them
freaking
to you.
weird. See, that's freaking weird.
Yeah,
The plot
they
keeps
went through
thickening.
us
That
to get
whole
to
thing
you.
is weird. Okay, that's very strange. That the plot thickens, and on that's a whole weird thing. But I'm wondering if they didn't open like a portal in that house. Because check it out. Now everyone in that house, which that house was not haunted before, The experiences that I had, there was one ghost that is connected to the land that's native that I've only encountered a couple of times. My mom's encountered him as well. But like the house itself cannot physically be haunted with anything that has lived in the house itself, right? Possibly the land, but nothing serious in like 8 or 9 years of living in that house. So what is happening now is it's now a mental health facility that I work at, and people keep reporting these experiences of hauntings. Now, what I'm wondering is if on that show, when they tried to do that, whatever the F they did, I'm wondering if they opened a portal and did not close it. Because the worst place to have hauntings is the mental health facility. These people already cannot handle that. So I'm sitting here trying to neutralize the situation between the patients. It's wild. Like I what even is my life?
Now that you're talking about this stuff,
Please tell me
it's
what my
bringing
life
shit
is.
back to me.
Because I can't I don't know what even is my life. I don't even have
When you're
time
talking
for
about this, like
paranormal.
it comes back to me because I'm like trying to remember who the frack this was, etc. And it was an LBTGQ group. They got a hold of me, and I don't know why, because we're all open to everyone. They're like, "Oh yeah, Mia, blah blah blah. Like we'd like to get a hold of her and have her help us with this stuff." But
My question is, where
from
did they come from, and why did they come from me?
I was about to say it.
And why did they cut out? I
What
don't
shit
care.
from that?
They got canceled. I'm gonna say it. I signed an NDA.
Her name is
They
Kristen.
cut out a whole bunch of stuff from that episode, and I think it was terrible for their karma. And I think it's probably why they didn't get. I'm sorry. I'm saying it. I've been
Her
holding
name
it
is
in.
Kristen from the Vampire Diaries. She's the girl that dated the sparkly
Yes, Kristen
vampire.
Stewart is was the
Yes,
producer for that show.
that
Correct. I never
is
met
the producer
her,
for that.
but she was the
These girls
producer of
were
the
the
show.
ones. Yep.
And so like I did sign an NDA, so I'm not going to say anything in legality, but I will say that if they say anything, I will countersue for defamation because they completely freaking lied about my character and who I am as a person, and they cut out all of the important parts,
No,
making that episode look like crap. Like that
I
episode
hate that.
made absolutely
I
zero
hate that.
sense. I'm sorry, I'm speaking my mind. It made absolutely zero
And
sense,
you
and
know
I think
what?
it
And
was
for
because
those girls that got a hold of me for Kristen, hate that too. Fuck that chick, dude. Seriously. It's all about the money. Whatever makes
well,
money.
it was their karma, but I also think that whoever
I don't think it's theirs. I
I'm
think it's
livid.
yours.
Okay. So whatever they did now in that house, they left something open according to all of the clients because there's a new group every 30 days, right? And every single time there's one or two people, and they're just the sensitive ones in whatever bunch that there is, that keeps having experiences without any prior knowledge. And I'm like, dude, and they're experiences that I never had in that house, right? The things that I've had that happened in that house were things that followed me from somewhere else, or that
Oh my
one
gosh.
native guy, that one native spirit that I've seen twice, that my mom has seen once. And he's only downstairs. The shit that's going on upstairs right now is making me mad because I think that when they did their little seance thing in that house, they didn't close shit up. And I don't do that stuff. I don't do anything like that. And so
I feel like
so now you got a bunch of freaking mental patients and people who were at one point they were addicts and mental patients
that's fucking
in this
fragile,
house,
dude.
and they didn't
That's
close
fragile.
the portal. So I'm working with some of the employees. I'm like, we're gonna stage this. We're gonna make it a weekly thing. Just like we have like a cleaning checklist and everything else. I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna be like, okay, we need to do like some stuff in here because that wasn't there before. And that wasn't from the
You
house
know, I
itself. The
feel
house
really
has
bad
never
for
been
like
haunted.
saying, "Oh yeah, this was Mia." I didn't know they were gonna pull some shit like that, and I was
So
like,
that's my
I was
paranormal drama for
sad and jealous because I was like, "Well, I want to be a part of it too." But now that you tell me what the fuck happened, I'm kind of grateful I wasn't a part of it. But I hate that you were. Like that's not
But
fair.
why would they reach out to you to get to me if they didn't? They also didn't want a psychic. When
Because
they
it was
came out to me,
Four
they
Corners
didn't want a
Paranormal.
psychic. Yeah, but why would they reach? Why? How did they know that I lived in Arizona? And why would they ask for me? Who the fuck sent them? Is what I want to know.
Well,
And then
I
why
talked
did
to you
they do
before you
that
sent
weird?
them.
I'm sorry.
do you remember I talked to you before I sent them? I'm like, hey, these people reached out to me and they're through this Kristen whatever chick from this vampire show and they're LGBTQ and they're wanting to get another version of it, but they still fucked it up from what I'm hearing. And that makes me very sad because I'm like so excited looking for something new
It was
and epic
like
and whatever. And they
defamation
still
because
fucked
they
it
made
up.
it seem, I'm sorry, but they made it seem on the episode like I reached out to them and I did not. I got a phone call out of the clear blue sky. Okay. And then you told me that you had spoken with them. Okay. And then they did all of this stuff in the show that was not aired. So the episode absolutely made no sense once it aired. It made no sense.
No.
Again, I'm not disclosing anything if anybody's listening, like NDA wise. I'm saying they cut out so much material that the thing did not make sense. In order to protect their psychic? I'm not sure. But a lot was cut
No,
out.
everything's going to come out in the wash. Everything's going to come out in the wash, and everything dirty they did is not going to work. And so, if the show isn't still going, I'm not fucking surprised. Guess what?
No, it was karma. They should know that better
and I
than
still don't
anyone
hear
else.
about it.
It was
Yeah,
karma.
instead, yep.
It was karma for making me look like I want clout. Do I seem like a person that wants clout? I don't post anything.
No.
I'm the
No.
polar opposite. And so, and then they tried to act like I reached out to them. And then they
No.
acted like I tried to scam them on top of that. I'm sorry. I'm so mad about this. Like, they tried to act like I reached out to them and that I was trying to get clout because I'm a psychic and I wanted the clout.
You and I should do our own thing going backwards. Let's go in reverse.
I love that, girl. Thank you for this therapy session, but I'm still dealing with it today with whatever the heck's going on in there, and I'm like, I don't have
seriously
time for this too.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Their haunting is haunting me. That ever.
Mm-hmm.
But of course,
they're trying to do something, but that shit ain't working because there's something
my
wrong.
Current
something
career
wrong
thing
there.
doesn't talk about any of that. Like,
no,
I really can't.
And I would never ask you to, but
no
way, Jose, like,
yeah.
We could totally rewind and go backwards on that shit. Oh, you want to play games? Me and Mia can play games. We're full of games now.
Oh, I love you so much.
I think
that was so
Sagittarius
of you. You want to play? Would you like to play a game? Because it's a game we're gonna win.
Yeah, let's go. Can we do it off air? No, we're like a minute to end of time. So
we will do it fair, fair and freaking square. Because that's what I'm about.
We've never done it differently, have we? No, we've always been clean. We've always been clear. We've always done everything clean and clear. Seriously. I don't know why people have to be like that. It's like, oh, well, if we do it like this, we're going to make more money. No, you're not, because Karma's a bitch, and we love her. And
what it was, and I will tell you this is the one thing I will say, why they cut all that material out. They cut an entire segment out with my mom. They cut a lot of stuff out with me when they did that sensory test. They didn't want it to compete with their psychic. Because I won't give details. No, the one on the guy on the show, they didn't want to compete, but yet they tried to act like they didn't reach out to me, and they tried to act like a lot of the actual things that happen, the psychic things that happen between my mother and I, not between us together, but on the show, was all cut out because they wanted the clout for their psychic. So they didn't air. They filmed a lot. They didn't air because they're like, oh, we don't want the attention taken off of our psychic. We're not gonna put that in there. And like tons of material. And it's their karma. I want them to hear this. It is their karma. It's your karma for making me look like I reached out to you and like I wanted clout, because I'm the opposite. I do not want clout.
They searched you out.
I don't even like the word psychic, okay? that is almost.
I know, me too. It's like,
That's like
don't call me
calling.
psychic, don't call me medium.
Don't call me any of that. Like, I cannot, because that's not the way that it's not it. Like, I don't do it. There's such a fine line when people do like mediumship and psychic stuff like for money that I've seen, and just certain things. You have to be a person with the life path that allows that. I'm not a person with a life path that
Have
allows
I
that.
ever
I
done
refuse.
Psychic Saturday with
Not
Miss
happening.
Psychic Mia Savage? No, because no. It's like with me. I even have family members like, can you give me a reading? Yeah, I can, but it's only gonna come through when I get it. You can't be like, I'm gonna tap into this and be like, okay, give me a reading. No, when it comes to me, I'll give it to you, but otherwise, I'm not gonna tell you. I'm a psychic medium, whatever the fuck. I'm open, I am, but it comes to me when it does. I
And
can't
hey,
force
like newsflash, people, we all have extrasensory abilities. I do believe that genetics does play some role in that. Okay,
it. Mm-hmm.
we're only using a very small part of our brains, and probably even less now by design because we're programmed not to, because it's a threat to our entire existence and our entire system that is outdated. But like we all have the ability to tap into things that are unexplained. Let me put it that way. We can all tap into unexplainable things, sources of energy, um, things like that. Like we all can do it. So I don't know where the line is of it being genetic or a natural gift to something like a muscle that needs to be trained. I do. I think it's like a muscle that needs to be trained. I think we are all born, with the whatever, clairsentience, clairaudience, clairvoyance, whatever.
You just have
Like
to
a
learn
stronger one.
to
We all
yourself
have the
up to it.
stronger ones that we can rely on.
Mm-hmm.
And then the rest can be developed like a muscle, like sports, like something else. If we can do that. Remote viewing. It's on the CIA's website. It's a known fact. Like it is in some communities. Like it just, I don't know. Sorry, I'm on a rampage tonight. I'm so on a rampage.
No, I feel you, and don't be sorry about it, because we gotta get this shit out. Who else are we gonna talk to about this except for each other? But we don't have to do it on the show. So if
Sorry for screaming,
like,
I love Jesus.
oh my god, that just reminded me of a Coca-Cola thing. Jesus, or all these other things. Coca-Cola would not accept it. They're like, nope, sorry, try something else. If you put I love Satan, you put I love the devil, you put anything else like that, they'll accept it. But I love Jesus, I love Jesus, I love anything else that is Christian or anything like that. They're like, no, we don't accept it. Like, what the heck is happening? What's up? Sorry that I brought that up, but that's something that I saw earlier on the TikToks. I'm like, what the hell is happening right now? It's so weird.
Yeah. We're not going to figure it out. Like what I want to do for so long, I'm like, okay, so why am I here? What is my mission? I just also like laws of physics, right? Like if you're looking for something too hard and narrowing your scope too much, you're not going to find it. You gotta open up, hold on loosely, and it will come, right? And that's where like
Right?
God, the divine, Jesus, Allah, whatever you believe in, comes into play. Um, it's that energy of you will get set on the path that you're supposed to be on. You don't have to like look so intensely for things for that.
No. And don't overcome
Like
yourself or whatever. Like, find peace. Find love within yourself. Love yourself at first is the very most important thing. Then you can love everybody else. Like, don't be one of those egotistical people, but you must find love within yourself before you can find love for other people or help them. I don't know. pretty intriguing, the things we learn throughout our lives. But
Definitely. Like I'm done looking for anything pretty much.
yeah, if it finds me, hey, that's cool. But otherwise, go fuck yourself. I don't know. That's just how I feel. Because I have to tell you one thing that I learned. I think I was like 22 years old at the time, or almost 22. I moved back from Tennessee to Colorado, and I was working for this guy. His name was Lars Yurkovich. And I was just like, man, I feel like I'm beautiful. I feel like I'm pretty. I'm full of light. I have a daughter, whatever. Like, I'm out here watering flowers. I'm in here working things like so many different people see me. How come nobody asked me for dates and nobody's interested in me? And he's like, well, because you're not happy. I'm like, what are you talking about? Well, you're not happy. You haven't found happiness within yourself. And it's true. You have to find it within yourself first. Love, happiness, whatever else within yourself. And then things will be attracted to you, is what he was saying. So
Totally.
that
Hey,
really
I
opened my
found that
eyes to the
today.
other side. You
I
did?
found that today. Dude, no, and it's weird because it's my birthday. I was feeling sad. Even my mom forgot my freaking birthday today. But that's
Oh,
fine.
I'm
Like I'm not like a huge
sorry.
birthday person. It's just like, Mom, I'm your only kid. Like, like but I was out, like I had to get out of the house even though I was working. I had to go pick up some ingredients for a patient client. I guess I don't know, there's like different phases, but I went to the grocery store to pick up ingredients for a carrot cake for tomorrow. And I was driving and I realized how good the weather was and how nice it was. And I was like imagining like my freedom because I was working, but
Mhm.
I was like still enjoying that moment. And I was like, it's so nice. I'm so like literally found my happiness. Like you have your own individual happiness. I look at it as its own like little shiny like orb object, right? You know when like you hit that moment, there's certain things that trigger it. Like some people their happiness is chocolate milk. Some people their happiness is like, ice cream or sunshine or birds. For me it's animals
Right.
often. And I was just like, wow, like it's so nice right now. It's so nice outside. Like, and I'm just gonna like hold on to that happiness and put it back inside me because it was like it's like a little ball that escaped. It's been gone, and then like I found it and like I put it back in. And it, like was so cool.
That's awesome. And yeah, it made me feel sad because, like, I've been sick and not on top of my shit. And I don't know. I did reach out to you and then I did say happy birthday, but I didn't say happy birthday first. So that makes me feel bad because I don't know. Like I said, your being here to me is very, very freaking
Oh,
important.
that's totally fine. I just wanted you to understand, like I would rather be with you here than like out like doing something like in public.
Hmm. Hey, you know what? If I had
An
a vehicle
introvert.
right now, I just like run down there right now and be like, supplies, happy birthday. But my car is still at Lon's Automotive. It's been there for a couple months. It might be there for a couple more years because that's how it goes. No, please continue. I'm sorry. Like,
Oh no, you're good. I just like I'm more introverted than extroverted, so like I actually feel more energetic
mhm.
by myself than I do with like around other people. But I have an extrovert part of me where if I'm around the right people and the right conversations and energizing, you're one of those people. Like I get you bring that out in me, like the energized version without feeling drained for conversation.
Aw, it makes me
That's the
happy
most
because it feels good
Aquarian
about
compliment
you.
ever, right? I'm like, you bring that one little part of extrovert out in me. Like, that's like the most Aquarian thing ever, but you understand those
I love
aside.
it. I do. I love it. I miss you so much. I'm like, man, I wish I could go down there, but guess what? Tax season's coming up soon. I'm gonna be going to Arizona,
Oh,
and
yeah.
I might show up on your doorstep.
are you now?
Yeah, seriously, because my mom lives down there in Nutrioso. My sister lives down there in Phoenix, but, it's kind of like a triangle, I think. I don't know, but I super miss you for sure, and it's just like, it's not fair. But I try not to think about it. I think can be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta find a club or something. I don't know, I haven't been out forever, so it'd be cool to, like, stretch out our tentacles. But if we don't, and we just stay
Yeah.
home, I'd be so happy with that too. Seriously.
I just don't really like.
I haven't okay, so the last time I tried to go out, I tried to go do karaoke, and right before my song came on, 2 people got stabbed in the bar. So
what the fuck?
I'm like, I never go out. I don't go to bars. I don't go out. I don't go do anything. And so I'm kind of like, okay, well, I tried to go out with my friends and go do karaoke, and it was so close to having my song.
Right
And
there.
yeah, then all hell broke loose before my eyes.
Jab, jab.
The police helicopters were over, and literally the whole bar got shut down. I'm like, okay, well, I didn't even have a drink, so I had 2 sips of my drink, and 2 people got stabbed. All right,
No, it's
well, I'm
nothing to
gonna
do
go
with you.
home
It's not
now.
fair.
I'm going home now. I'm gonna go home.
Like, bye, bitches.
This is ridiculous.
Well, I hope everybody was okay. What the fuck? Why? And it makes me wonder too, like with me, so much fucked up
Can I
shit.
tell you about my psychic stuff though? Here was the funny part.
Yes, please.
So it was that night. So I we were ordering our drinks. And again, I don't go out. I don't drink. Like, I don't go out and drink. Um, very, very rarely, like special occasions. Um, but I wanted to do karaoke, and it's just easier if you have like 1 or 2. I mean, you're in public, right? And so, and I was obviously had a ride and everything, and we went to the bar, ordered our drinks, and I noticed that there was this guy talking to the bartender, and I was just feeling a really weird vibe. He wasn't yelling at her or anything. I just felt a weird vibe, so I told my friend. I told her, like, that guy, like, is freaking me out. Like, I think he's gonna have a problem. That's the guy that either ended up doing the first. Then all of a sudden, another guy comes up and starts talking to him. They get into a fight, and I think that's the guy that ended up stabbing the first guy. And then 2 guys
Oh my
ran
God.
after him outside the bar, and I don't know. They got him pretty good. I mean, the police helicopter was looking for him. They shut down the whole thing. They put caution tape. I'm wondering if that guy didn't end up getting killed for stabbing someone. So, but I called it.
Seriously.
Not 20 seconds later, the guy that I was getting the weird vibes from, and he was way, way on the other side of the bar. Like, I called it, and I thought it was just the whole thing. It felt off. Like it basically had like a premonition or something. It was so weird. And I told my girlfriend, I'm like, I just had this weird vibe. Like, something's gonna go down. Like, I just don't like the way he was looking around. I don't like the way he was looking at the bar. Like, just something was weird about him. And sure as shit, that's the guy that was involved. I think he was the first stabber, and possibly was what I heard was someone got stabbed in the arm. Probably that guy. Well, no, probably that guy was the one that stabbed the other guy that started
It's like
talking to him.
dominoes or something.
Yeah, no,
but it was so weird. So that was the first time that it was like an instant like premonition. It was kind of funny, and my friend was like, "Oh my gosh, girl, how did are you like a psychic or something?" I was like, I don't know. No, I don't know, but that was weird.
I don't it's so difficult with all that shit happening and people having their own mind frames, and they're like, well, she did this or he did that or whatever, or I didn't even see it, but I think this. You know exactly where you were, what was happening. It's clean cut. Like, seriously. And that's, like you said, that's what makes it hard to go out anymore. Like, it used to be a peaceful fucking thing. Now these days, and I haven't been out, but I've been watching, what happens through the blog, or what is it called? The cop thing. Can't think of the name of it, but see all this shit happen, and it's generally after hours, blah blah blah, and it's people that weren't even there, or they just walk in, or why? Why do people have to cause this shit? I don't know. It's a really crazy, weird time these days, and I don't know if you know or if you feel this, but I think we're on the down cycle of things, like the end of the world.
I don't
All I
necessarily think we're on a down cycle in the sense of how I felt a down cycle like a little over a year ago. Right now, it's not a down cycle. I'm feeling more of an urgency and a swift change type of situation. In which case, I will say at work, I have some baddie clients who are all on the same page, and I do think that there's a correlation between intuition, mental health, psychic, if you will, or empathic. It's enough to drive you crazy when you feel stuff that you can't explain, that has nothing to do with you. On a daily basis, it's enough to drive you, and so, but for the most part, everyone in this bunch is like really, 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 really good people. But that's why I kind of feel like God pushed me in this direction, because like I'm on the same page as them, or they're on the same page as me, where they see things through a similar lens, and sometimes even more. I learn something every day. I just learn something every day. Like, I won't give too much detail, but just like one of the ones I was talking to last night, he's like, I know this, I won't say where, I won't say anything, but he was talking about a friend that has like a bunker and like a off the grid land and no expenses spared, like place with like a literal retractable like shield around it and stuff. I'm like, that's not, the shield is the wrong word for it, but like it was described to me. And then also like another person in a specific business who has to get a lot of clearance from a lot of places, and he was talking about like the amount of money and what's being put into certain buildings and the types of NDAs he's having to sign and certain things like that, and I'm like, that's interesting. And so like I think I'm in the right place to learn all this. There's a lot of people okay, long story short,
I feel like you are too, and I feel like you've been going
putting
out
two and two
here.
together. There's a lot of people
Out
putting
here.
two and two together.
Yeah.
That's about it. Like in any industry of any background, of any political affiliation, of all of that. And what we're realizing as a whole is, which is what I've said for so long, the two-party system is kind of an illusion, right?
Right. We gotta get rid of that shit.
Because it's creating a divide that does not need to be there in the first place.
That's what the government wants. But what we need is not that.
Divide and conquer, and it's like,
yeah.
But people are waking up.
We just stick together. We can fucking beat them. If we're separated, that's what they want.
Amen. And spot on. And so
That's just how I feel, and it's just been freaking crazy forever. I'm just like, what the fuck is happening? And my daughter's like, was Trump got elected? They're like, I'm like, It'll be okay, dude. No. We're like, don't put the end of the world on that. Like, there's still room to grow. It's gonna be okay.
But also, and I'm gonna say the school systems. Okay, so the school systems, the education system is I believe Rockefeller, and the medical field is Rothschild, right? And so it could be reversed because I always get the two confused, right? But like we're all brainwashed is what I'm trying to say. Like we're all controlled to be part of this matrix society in whatever role suits us best that benefits other people the most, that benefits other people, other entities, other whatever the most. So the schools like to use the leftist agenda, well, other things such as some government things like police and other things like to use the right, farmers, police, or certain they but to turn them against each other is a different type of evil.
Yeah. But guess what? That's the instrument or weapon that that's the weapon they've used since the beginning of time.
We hold so much more power than we think that we do, just as
Yeah.
normal, average, everyday people.
That movie Bugs or whatever, like
Bugs.
If
Exactly.
we realize our power, if we stick together and we do shit, we can fucking beat this. No, we're Democrats, we're Republicans, we're this, we're this, we're that, we're that. Like, get the fuck over that and realize we're humans in the same place and we need to work together to make this work.
But don't hate me on this one though. Like I'm not against capitalism. I'm not against it. Not fully. And the reason being is there needs to be an element or a level or a distinction of control or management. That's it. Because I do think there needs to be that. I don't mean capitalism, but the extreme capitalism is absolutely disgusting if it's not in the right place. But I do believe in an element in a version of capitalism, right? I believe if you earn what you actually earn as a human being, as a business, naturally, people should not hate on that. As long as your heart's in the right place, you treat your employees well. It's when that greed, or you can go to the Bible, you can go to that and be like, okay, gluttony, greed is a sin. So there's a line, right? And so we'll talk about like the CEO of Boeing and what his salary is versus the checks that they did and the fails that they like the safety precautions or the lack thereof and all that other stuff, which all of that could be fake. And then we have to go into what's the agenda of all of it. Maybe all of that's fake.
Right?
We don't know. But I do think
people get confused, but if you listen to your heart and your guts,
there's a lot. There's
so the political agenda and shit like that, we can get through this. Seriously. I'm not Republican. I'm not Democratic. I am here for my fellow man. Like, we can get through this together. Like, what the crack?
In this life, I'm human. That's all I know. And I'm here and I'm vibing.
Are we?
And I'm like, I do know one thing. I like empathic. Like, I do want to help. Like, I want to help. But I'm also like logical. Like, I'm a problem solver. Like I know, like I don't want to get too wrapped into the emotions, which I think like
No, seriously.
if we're talking about like political tactics, the left likes to pull on people's emotions and empathy,
Like,
which is stupid.
shit.
And the Republicans like to pull on like ego, right? So we've got like
Igor.
one side that like likes to use empathy as a weapon, right? And like tugging on like people's empathy or like victimization. And we've got another but it's all like in the laws of power, right? It's all like
No.
egoistic for both sides. Like on the tactics that are used are very egoistic. Um so yeah, like it's it's a lot. It's a lot.
I feel the same way, but I think like we're all gonna be in the same boat. Other people are gonna be like off the cliff like the buffaloes, or everybody's gonna be doing some weird freaking shit. If we just stick together, I think we can
That's what
overcome
I'm
what's
saying.
happening.
That's what I'm saying. We can all stick together and not, but I think a lot of people have woken up to that. I've noticed this.
And it has been, I'm just using this as a timeline since Trump has taken office. This is just a timeline thing, right? Because it's a timeline thing.
Right.
Since Trump has taken office, and probably the reason why he took office in the first place was, okay, look at Biden, he couldn't even speak, right? Like, but you don't think though that that's organized? That's not organized? Like, why would you
Really
take someone?
disorganized.
Well, no, it's like organized because like in the animal kingdom, right?
Mm-hmm.
When one male elk or a wolf, we'll use wolves for example. So when the alpha wolf gets sick enough where he can't fight off the new like suitor that's like the alpha wolf in town, like he'll walk away or he'll die trying or whatever, right? Like it's natural selection. We're still mammals, right? Like so that's kind of why
Mm-hmm.
Trump won, when so many people like hated him supposedly, right? And so it's just like it's you know what I'm saying? So it's a trick on your brain. Like the whole thing is just like a mental mind
I did not vote
thing.
for this last election. I'm like, you can't put me in any of these boats. I'm just going to sit there and flounder in the sea. Everybody else can vote for what the fuck they want to. It's okay. It's okay to me.
But
I'm just going to
again,
tread water because I'm a really good swimmer.
using the election as a timeline though. Prior to the election, every media outlet, every single one, was initiating, and every single political campaign was based.
And it didn't used to be that way in the 90s, like because I only have a certain amount of time that I can relate it to, but it was all based on attacking the other party, right?
Right.
If you notice, attacking abortion, women's rights, attacking this, attacking that, right?
Yeah.
And
for sure.
I'm hoping, not likely, but I'm hoping like the Doge thing, because like even like as an animal person and seeing some of the stuff that Doge has uncovered as far as like our spending, I'm hoping, and I know it's probably not true, but I'm hoping, because we all know that the government, period, and the people that are controlling it are just all about obtaining wealth and money and power, like regardless of the party status. But I'm hoping maybe if we could break it down.
I mean, this is and take some of what we're spending. Okay, I'm gonna use like Fort Knox as an example. Like, it's since I was in high school, everyone's talked about the gold, you know, bricks either not existing or whatever, and now they cut them open and they're gold plated. Like, what the F? I think I lost you.
Can you hear me? Hello? Oh no, I lost her. I don't know how to get her back. Let me see. Sorry, guys. I wish there was a way to call her. I don't know. It was thing, but now I can't even remember. Oh, okay, so she said she's gonna be back in, but what the crick? But what do you think? Like, I think this discussion this evening was quite old. I'm trying to rewind. Oh my gosh. Oh, there she is. Yay! Sorry.
No, you froze up, and sometimes I have
you.
terrible service, like in here. And if I'm shouting, let me know. It's because I'm wearing headphones, and I also listen to very loud music throughout the day, and I have no concept of whether I'm being extremely loud or not.
Yeah, I have tinnitus, so it's pretty hard for me too. But yeah, I have an earbud. It works sometimes, but it's really screwed in there.
I'm exhausted, and I'm also a little bit mad, but at the same time, what I have noticed with people is I do believe that we are finally, and again, using the timeline as the election, finally uniting. Just that's it.
Yes.
A little bit more than we were before.
Like you were saying earlier, like we have
Their
been
powers
separated.
no longer work.
That's what the government has been wanting from us, is for us to fight each other and be separated, because just like in the ants or bugs or whatever the fuck, if we are united and we work against whatever the fuck this is, they're in trouble.
We don't even need to work against. We don't even need to work against. What we need to work against is like the extreme amount of greed and corruption, and just protecting our planet. Think about it. Like I don't mean these agendas of global warming. I don't mean these agendas of anything.
No, together as people.
Is just like just together. Some people have their own craft. That's what they do. We work with them. We don't try to capitalize on them. We try to capitalize on our own craft. It's as simple as that. Do what you're good at. And quit stealing from other people. And I do believe we do need management. We do need leadership. Like I wish I could say we could all live happily ever after without a government. I cannot say that. I'm not saying we do not need a government. We do need a government. We do need laws. We do need that.
I find it interesting
because there are some crappy people in the world, and that we need structure. I crave structure. I'm the most like non-structured person in the world, but I crave structure like no other. Like I do crave structure. I love structure. I've had so lack of structure.
Sort of direction.
I love freedom, Yeah, direction and structure. We do need that. We do need a government of some kind. Like, but this
You know,
whole
I get pretty pissed off when somebody comes in, they try to stick their penis in my eye or in my ear or something, and they're just like, "Hey,
What?
this is the way it works." I'm like, "No, the fuck it doesn't."
I thought you were talking about
Excuse
literally.
me.
I'm like,
No,
oh my
it's
gosh,
just
if
like
somebody tried to do that, I'd cut it off.
theoretically, Papa Choppa. But
My bad. Bad
that
experiences.
is the way it works,
I'll
you
shut
know.
up.
No, I'm just trying to be a jokester, but that's really
Live and
the way it
learn.
works. Let me see. Whoa, is that okay? In your ear? No, man, no. Wait for me. No, none of this shit works. What we should be doing is, I try to make fun of it because that makes me happy because that takes away the sadness that I'm fucking dealing with. You know what I'm saying? What do you do?
Basically, homies, we're on the struggle bus right now. Whether it be our mental health, our financial well-being,
Could it be the
people
struggle train?
with addiction issues, which is actually just a side effect of all of the above. The issue of, we'll talk about like porn addiction and stuff and like how everything's so easy access nowadays with
Oh,
our phone. It's
I don't
screwing
have
with
an
our
addiction,
with
but I
our
have a.
head, our food. Don't get it even get me started there. Just I mean, at least I'm glad you're in Colorado. Here it's the wild, wild west. Nothing grows here, so we don't know where anything comes from when we go to the grocery store. Like
Oh
it's
my
just
gosh, yeah, it's like
we don't know. And Mexico hates us, and half of our vegetables come from Mexico, so there's that.
avocado from Mexico. Like, if you
Right?
don't give us your avocados, I don't think
That
we can
theme
ever
song
live
was
together
probably
again.
made by the cartel, I'm gonna guess. Because did you know that the cartel took over avocados for a while? Like avocados were super expensive, and then the cartel, I mean, because it ain't all bad. So like like the
Okay.
cartel probably
Hey.
is. I'm assuming, allegedly. I have to put allegedly, the cartel is friends with a lot of people in government, and it's not
I
just
mean,
drugs that they have or sell and whatever.
I
So
said, MSU from the get
allegedly,
go.
allegedly,
Allegedly.
they ain't all bad. Allegedly.
And they're like, okay,
Allegedly, when
what's that last
avocados
part?
became less
Avocados
expensive.
from Mexico.
Allegedly, when that theme song was created by the cartel.
Like,
Allegedly.
wait a minute. Allegedly, according to my client, you know. I don't know. So what do you think about this new Trump thing where Trump's just like, head on, assholes over elbows, running towards the fucking border. They're about to kick some ass. Then they're putting soldiers there for lines and drones over the lines. And oh my god,
I do
this
not
is going
know
to be
and do
epic,
not
epic
trust because
warfare.
I do not know and I do not trust, and I think it's way bigger than that. But what I do find curious, is what Elon's son said to Trump while in the Oval Office.
I'm trying to remember which one it was because he said several things.
He said, "You are not the president.
Oh,
Get out of that
he was
chair."
talking to his dad when he said that.
Yeah.
He was talking to
And
Trump when he said that? I thought he was
yeah.
talking to his dad, like, you're not the president.
No. I think he was talking to Trump.
Who's the
And then I
president
thought,
then?
well, no, that's what I was trying to say. Welcome to the Corporation of America. Who do you think bought in on this? Who do you think is probably owned? And
Barack Obama?
the right side won't agree with me, but I'm gonna say that our president was bought by Elon, because guess who is negative like 700 million or something like that? Yeah, I think
again with the Corporation of America and SpaceX and everything else. Like I think our president is now Elon. So that's
Oh, really? And that's what a lot of people think too. They're like,
Yeah,
okay, so
that's
Trump got voted in, and then Elon's been in, the White House doing all these things. Like, things are working differently today than they have in the past. Generally, when you get a White House assembly and speech from the president,
same with any like billion-dollar industry. The face of the company isn't always the face of the company.
Seriously. Yeah, seriously. And like Elon's there with his kid on his shoulders and Trump's over there in front of the table and they're just like working in the office. Maybe there could be a side office, but White Oval Office is the office. So, I don't know, like I've been getting a feeling like this is bad. This is bad. No, I got a feeling like these guys are trying to do something different. And guess what? I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for anybody, because I'm like, this shit is fucked up. Ain't nothing good gonna happen out of this. But everybody's like,
for the aliens.
Seriously, they're there. They're watching. I feel like Biden's been there. Biden's been doing his thing and Doge. So I've bought into Dogecoin quite a bit to have a thing called Doge that's going after the dirty fucking government. How long have we been talking
But I do believe that. I do believe the things that were written down because here's the difference. I will say, and this is
what I was
why I
going to
think
try to say is,
okay. Go ahead.
People falling asleep on the bench. Like, I've been here for T-minus whatever years and counting, and they fall asleep. They can't even fucking say shit. There should be an age limit on that. But please continue. I'm sorry. No, that it's bullshit. People are sleeping on the bench, in the House, in the Senate, all the fuck over the place. They're sleeping, they're dying. One chick was in the fucking nursing home forever, and nobody even realized it till 2 weeks ago. How do you not know she's gone? Or not, she's not here. She's gone. How do you not know that? Who's voting for her in her place? Like, how does that happen?
Government and everything else, who is doing anything? We don't know. Who's doing what,
right?
Where, at any time? We don't know. Yeah. We're not supposed to know. The government is the lower branch of the people in charge. Again, with the Corporation of America, and again with the thing that I said before. But that's I think why people are naturally uniting, because I think like physically we're talking about like atoms and molecules. There are things like there's a reason why we are uniting now. There's a reason why we are clustering together now.
I agree.
But on the flip side, I do think a lot of government organizations definitely need to be fast-tracked into this century, because again, the wealth distribution, technology, everything else, a lot of rules and regulations, everything needs reorganization. Every single three-letter agency. And I do believe that our freaking spending is insane. How in the hell do we have more credit cards? I don't know. I think it was just in the year 2023 alone, or 24. Don't quote me on that. $4.2 billion. But it all rolls back to this, though. Like, okay, so political parties aside, let's talk about the Federal Reserve. It all rolls back to history. The Federal Reserve. What happened? This, like, all like the gold standard, our supposed, gold. It all rolls together. But it's like $4.2 billion of credit cards. 4.2, no, it's trillion. It's trillion.
It's insanity.
So how
and
are
people
we
have been getting
money?
away with it for so long, they're just like, we're just gonna keep getting away with it. We're just gonna keep spending monies on reams and housing and parties and strippers and
how in the heck? There's about to be a bunch of freaking crazy chaos, and I'm just gonna like
address the elephant in the room, which is like interest rates right now. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't even use my credit cards, like hardly
My
at
dad
all.
is.
Right? Like I do not have in any way, shape, or form like a spending problem. I'm super conservative considering my
Yeah,
situation.
me too.
But
I'm
the
frugal
freaking
as
interest
fuck.
rates are going to kill me right now. They're going to. It's
Right?
absolute insanity, and there's a class action lawsuit against it. Like it's the surcharges, the
Yes, you were
interest
it.
rates, everything. It's criminal. So it's these CEOs and the people of those companies that all gang together and they all take all of this stuff. They're like their whole their whole meeting that they do together, all the CEOs of all of these credit card companies, banks, and organizations, they get together probably in California, probably at that little club that we know of. And they're like, okay, how can we make more money? But it's all starting to come back on them. Because they know all they do is they talk about how to cut expenses in their company and how to put more money in their pockets. And
For
so
that party, for the
that's what I
housing, or
mean about capitalism. I
whatever.
believe in capitalism to a degree of you should have
Mhm.
more revenue and more resources the more money you make. I do believe in tax cuts because if it helps your employees, like there should be regulations on that. I believe in tax cuts if it helps your employees, not if it's solely for you as a person. I mean, talking as a
No, it
business.
shouldn't be about you at all.
No,
It's
and so like these dudes
the
are
community.
freaking highway robbery. Every year they're strategizing on how can
Mhm.
these CEOs make more money as individuals and cut expenses like at the mercy or at the expense of their employees and customers. It's disgusting.
It is, and what do we do about it? We really can't. But I
We
find
hope,
hope and
we
faith.
pray, and we wake up the others.
Yeah, we have hope, we pray, we have faith that
We
what the fuck
become
is happening
smart
right now.
and
Everybody's
self-sufficient
just like, we're mind blown. We don't even know what the fuck is going on right now. I have hope and faith that this is going to make everything better.
and hypervigilant.
Me too. It's like, I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for none of this shit. I was just like, I'm stepping back. I'm done. I'm done with this. I cannot.
Have you noticed though even the hardcore MAGA people
Have been quiet because they know in their
Isn't
souls that
that weird?
Elon's in control now.
And I'm not
Well,
saying
it's
Elon
very
is
weird.
bad.
Like, even before
Elon be
Elon came
good.
into it, but Elon came in there, he's got his son on his shoulders and all this other shit. Like, oh, even before that, they were quiet. They're just like crickets chirping. And then Elon comes in and he's in the Oval Office and they're like, well, we didn't vote for him as president. He's not the fucking president.
His
He's the one
kid
sitting there.
repeated what he heard from his dad at some
Yeah,
point in time, and he
like,
told our president
bitches.
that he wasn't the president and to get out of the chair as a joke because he thought it was funny because his dad probably says the same thing,
Oh, I thought
which
he
is
was talking to
probably
the
true,
reporters.
because we are in the corporation of America.
I
Only
thought
the
he was
difference
talking to the
between
reporters, not
now
the president.
and 30 years ago is the actual people in charge, whenever that was, didn't show their faces or their children on live
Well, I
TV.
heard him
So
say
is that
those
like
words, but the
Ultimate
way
evil genius or is he actually giving a crap about humanity as a whole? We don't know.
so I heard this man say those words, but
I'm
I saw
not
the direction of
optimistic.
his eyes, and he was talking to the reporters. But I think Elon and Trump, they're working together. Trump is not president. Well, Trump is president. Elon isn't. But yeah, his son was like, get out of here, you're not in control. He was talking to the people that are, I don't know, he was looking at the people that were interviewing them. He was on the shoulders of his dad, wasn't he? From what I saw, but
What I don't like,
mm,
okay, I'm not saying I am in agreement with Elon. I am completely neutral and I'm leaning towards the dark at this moment. It could change tomorrow if
mhm.
some Like the light part is the dose stuff and shedding light on our government spending. I like that. What I don't like is some of the other stuff. So it is what it is. So that's why I'm neutral. But what I will say is that, like, I neither agree or disagree. I'm leaning towards the dark right now, but I'm more of a realist, so that's why. Like, I lean a little bit more towards pessimism. I love that he's shedding light on our government spending. That's really, really cool. But he could be like just an evil genius. But what I will say on a positive light, everyone said that he, threw the little Nazi thing. What I will say on that, yeah, okay, but I think that's propaganda, and this is why. Okay,
I think he was just trying to wave.
No, and he's autistic because I hate to say this, and now I'm way more cautious as a person, but like, I'll give an example of when I'm riding a horse. Okay, I don't know how many times I grab for my heart and I go to wave, and it looks exactly the same. I'm more aware now. Like, if someone pulls into the driveway and I'm in the arena on a horse and I'm excited to see them, I've done the exact same thing. So I think they tried to make it seem like a Nazi thing. I do not think that, I think that was a fluke.
I didn't see that. Yeah. I think it's bullshit.
Okay. Do
You have
you
to
understand what I'm
find
saying?
meaning
I
in
think that was
everything. I'm like,
propaganda. I think that was
yeah, it
propaganda.
is.
I'm not saying he might not be a really evil genius that's trying to take over the world and turn everyone into slaves or robots. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, in that particular moment, that was not an intentional thing.
I totally agree.
Because I've done that before. I've done that before. I didn't think about it. I didn't think about it then, but I kind of, I think I'm a little bit maybe on the spectrum possibly, and I do that maybe a lot sometimes. I'm not even gonna lie. If there's a room full of people and I love them, I will put my hand on my heart and then I will wave. And that's exactly what I do, and I really did not think of that.
I'm trying to find what the fuck is wrong with that.
That is propaganda. I do not think that was intentional.
What they were saying is him raising his hand like this. Hi.
But he put his hand on his heart
It
first.
wasn't like Zagile like that.
No. Okay, thank you. So I wanted to just touch base on that because it's been bothering me that because I normally I would if it didn't affect me personally, like I wouldn't say anything, but it affected me personally because I've done that because I'm an empath though. Like I felt my heart, like I've played music on stages before and stuff, and like I've done stuff like that, like just like grabbing my heart and then there's lots of people and I don't know who to wave to, and I'm just like, I love you all, and I reach my hand out. Like I'm that's just something I had to address.
No, seriously, like I've done that too. Like when I'm overcome with emotion
Not
or whatever.
protecting him as a person, but I think that was messed up that they tried to accuse him of that. He could be a terrible person. He could be a freaking reptilian alien in a human suit. I don't know, but that
They
particular
try to
instance,
find every fucking outlet they can for that. Oh my god, he just did the Nazi salute. No, he raised his hand up and waved. If you're doing the Nazi salute, you raise it up and point it
but he
directly
put his
and
hand on
intentionally.
his chest as a sign of thank you. That's like almost
Yes,
a universal
thank you.
sign. Like universal sign of thank you, and he reached out to touch their energy to be like you all, because there wasn't an individual, it was a mass crowd.
Nothing Nazi
That's
about it whatsoever.
but think about it this way though, like Hitler in general, where did that symbol come from? Where did that gesture come from? It was probably
Because he was really short and he had to put it above his head. I don't know.
well, he probably did it weird, but it's probably like we have natural human gestures and stuff. In that situation, you're in front of a crowd of people, you touch your heart, right? And then you reach out to them and you like, it's like touching them, like in your sensory thing. So that's where it probably originated from, was probably way before Hitler, right? Like way, like thousands of years. Like with King Caesar and stuff, like it probably just
Himmler too.
it was just notarized, like and documented that was what that was. Now, don't come for me, anyone, on that. Like, don't you freaking dare. I'm just trying to analyze and break down history and human behavior and gestures and body language. Body language is the only thing that will not fail in a conversation. Body language is the
Oh,
only
I
thing
can't
that can
see your
be.
body. So I don't know your language, but
You know
here I
my
am.
body.
Yes.
I don't know your language, but do you can you read my body? No, I don't know. I'm like, this sounded like a pickup line. But
Well, I've known you forever, so I think I can.
You can read my body, so I don't, and you speak my language. I have swag now.
You do? You got swag?
I've got, what is it? No, maybe not, because I can't think of what the kids call it. It's not swag anymore. Riz? I have
Oh,
Riz.
Riz! You got Riz!
I got Riz.
Yeah.
I'm the Rizzler.
You're the Rizzler. Hopefully you're not the diddler like P. Diddler.
Oh yeah, his attorney quit on him. Did you hear about that?
No, but I heard like Jay-Z was like trying to run away and shit. Like he proved something, but then he's running away. And like, why are you running away if you prove something? Like, what the fuck is going on? He's like, pretty soon, P. Diddler's gonna be free too. I'm like, yeah, in your wildest fucking dreams, you and P. Diddler did that shit together. You're gonna have to go down together. Just because you paid this bitch. Not saying that as a derogatory
It's
thing, but you
so
paid this
much
woman for
deeper
her to
than that,
not.
and it goes on to the fucking, excuse my French again, it
Yeesh.
goes on so much further than that. Like, they're using again Diddy as a fallback.
Paid her off to the point where Jay-Z's
No,
like,
they're
see,
using him as a fallback. Do you know what happened to Diddy? Did anyone ask who diddled Diddy?
probably his mom's boyfriends,
No. I'm
or
talking about
maybe
to
his
make him
uncles,
famous.
his crunkles.
I'm talking about to make him famous. He wanted fame so
Oh
bad.
yeah, you know that one guy. What's his name?
Who diddled the diddler? Like,
Who's
it's
that
just
guy? That white guy with the glasses, and he's been running the shit forever.
it
He's
was
the
one of
one that
the
Whitney Houston talked to before she got murdered.
one of the record labels, probably more. Like, you want to succeed? Let's see how many diddles you can diddle. Because I diddled you and I diddled a bunch of other boys. Now you have to fight against each other, right? To see who can diddle the most. We can get the most blackmail on you. And Diddy, he was like, I'm the beast, I'm the savage, I can diddle the most diddles because I want to be rich and famous, and I'm gonna show you guys, and also you have blackmail on me, and am insecure, and I am an artist. So let's go more.
I think that guy, like, with a balding head and the glasses. And, what's his name? And he was also in charge of Whitney Houston. And Whitney Houston went.
Fall back. It's been going on for
That's the
centuries.
guy that did it from the get-go.
Centuries.
Whitney Houston went out there when, not just P. Diddler, but that chick from American Idol, or Hudson? Something Hudson?
Are we still in the
Went out
show
there
right
and,
now?
yeah, but let me see.
No,
Yeah,
and
you can end it right now.
that's fine if we are. I'm just gonna let it be known that I do not want to harm myself or
No, me
others.
neither.
And sometimes I have no filter. It is my birthday. It is just past 1 minute my birthday. And so I have been a little bit more vocal than I usually am because of that. So let it be know if something happens to me that I did not do it, because I would not do it, because I love myself. I love
Whatever.
myself so much I didn't want to come back to this planet, and yet I'm here. So
Well, sister,
hoopla.
can you tell your friends where they can get a hold of you or ask you questions or what it is?
um okay. Well, my music Instagram, which is what I'm most active on, is antidote underscore FOR4 underscore savages. Just look up antidote for savages on any platform. You can also look up my personal name, which is Mia, spelled MEA, last name Savage, on whatever platform. Uh, I won't have any fakes, hopefully, because I'm not out there very much.
You
So,
badass.
and you're badass as well.
Happy birthday, and I'm sorry I didn't pick up on it at first. I think I knew, then
Best
I didn't,
birthday
then I did.
ever. It turned into a vent session for me, which I really needed. So thank you.
I wish you
And
were
I love you
here. I
guys.
would like good for
I love the
you.
listeners. I love every single one of you. And stay safe out there.
Indeed.
Be vigilant.
Yeah, don't get rid of what you believe in. Stay vigilant, like she said. Keep on trucking, keep on going.
And don't freaking judge people. Let that also be
Seriously.
known. It's so easy to judge others. But the reason why I have this much optimism is because I have met more people, more and more every day, that are seeing the way things are and that are uniting with each other and realizing that we don't need to be enemies, that we can just stick together, and that we all are in the same boat in one way or another. And don't ever envy anybody else's life, because you never know what's going on. And money and power is a lie.
It is.
Happiness
And like
is
you're saying, like,
fleeting.
if
Simple
we can get
joys,
together,
people,
we
simple
can
joys.
work together.
Money may buy freedom. I'm also not saying that money is the devil in any way, shape, or form. Um, the devil lies in greed and being mean. Don't be mean.
Could be sweet. You gotta love each other. Dang it. Well, it's super awesome that you kind of came in because I've been missing you so much for sure. I mean,
I
look at my
miss you
son.
too.
Hearing myself. Anyways, thank you, Miss Me Savage, for being a part of the show tonight. You're amazing as usual. And sorry, I'm still messing with stuff. Thank you to everyone that's been listening on We Are Paradox Media's Facebook, Twitter, Periscope, iHeartRadio, wherever else beyond the Omniverse you've been listening tonight. It's been awesome having you. And Miss Mira out there saying what she's been saying, seriously, she's full of love and truth and everything. And nothing that I've ever known about her is negative, no matter fucking what. She's always amazeballs. But
No, we're
yeah,
all. That is the sweetest thing in the world. But we all are negative and
it reminds me of that YouTube. Right. I'll make it perverted. Alright, you're right. I mean, in this like I should.
That was a lot.
If I can.
I had to vent, girl. I had to vent, and I'm so sorry about that. I didn't mean to turn that into a venting
Dude,
session.
seriously, we're still online real quick. I didn't say goodnight yet, but I can bring you back on if you want to.
Oh, no.
Okay, give me 1 second, then we'll get back on it, okay? Personally, not online.
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry. No. I just wanted you to know that other people can hear you, so.
I appreciate that.
No worries. I'm trying to fix it. Oh, there we go. Oh, what in the butt? All right. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We are Paradox Media's Late Night in the Rockies. Tonight, we have done Trippy Tech Talks with me, TessaTNT. We've had several different people on, and that's been pretty amazing.
Nighty
Let me
night,
see
love
what the
and
park
light.
is going on, too. And night, love and light, sister. Wherever you are, wherefore art thou throughout the omniverse. May night, love and light take care of my use, and I hope tomorrow's better for you. And the days after, even better. Don't forget, we're all in this together. Together, we can make the world better. Together, my friend, we are Paradox Media, because without you, there's no us. And guess what? Miss Mia Savage, she's badass. And man, I'm so grateful that she was here tonight, because I've been missing her. Until next time, night, night, live and light. Take care of my use, and I will see you back here. Same crazy time, same crazy place.